Hello, everybody. This is LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 4, and the title screen is super loud, so we're just going to get into the game real quick here. Timing starts here when we press OK, so we'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is LEGO Harry Potter Years 1 through 7, which is two different games actually. It's 1 through 4 as well as 5 through 7. And I guess we should introduce ourselves. I'm Chimkin, and I'll be playing as player 1, and we also have Tfresh here, who's going to be playing as player 2.
You know it.
So, we're going to play the episodes in order here, or for the most part, I guess. So we're starting with Harry Potter 1 through 4. Obviously, that starts with the first movie here, and this game starts with about a 2.5-minute cutscene, so we have a bit of a movie here to watch till we get into the actual gameplay. But these games are designed around co-op, really, so this co-op run features a lot of stuff for both of us to do. It's pretty cool. So you'll see... Sorry, go ahead.
I believe this is also the first game to feature split screen in LEGO games. Unless it's LIJ2.
Yeah, it's one of the first ones. Because before the first couple games, they didn't have split screen, which really limited what you're able to do in a speedrunning sense as far as co-op is concerned. But with the advent of split screen, you really can go like anywhere in the map at the same time, which really opens up the kinds of routes you can have throughout the levels, which is pretty cool. This game doesn't really feature huge sequence breaks, but it does have a lot of skips based around movement, and we're going to see that as we play through the games, or as we play through the episodes. There's a lot of opportunity for skips using the different movement glitches we have, and we'll talk more about those as they come up.
Don't worry, everybody. This is probably the longest cutscene in the run.
Yeah.
So I know this one is a little long, but it's really just like this opening, give or take 10 minutes, that has a lot of cutscenes, and then from there we're pretty much set with a lot less cutscenes.
Yeah. These LEGO games
just about over.
Yeah, these LEGO games do love their cutscene. So this first level is The Magic Begins. It's basically entirely in Diagon Alley and Gringotts, so we're just going to enter the Leaky Cauldron here, and we'll start gameplay, and you'll see Tfresh is immediately going to drop in as Hagrid. So I am playing as Harry, and he is Hagrid. This first level, since we don't really have access to any abilities yet, we don't really have too much we can do as far as gameplay tech goes, but we can still play it as fast as possible, just without more routes. And you're going to notice we're going to try and avoid studs wherever possible. And the reason for that is because it saves time just on this first level to end with 0 studs. Studs, of course, being the currency of the game. We don't have to buy anything in this game, so studs don't really matter anyway, but there's a few enough studs in this level, as well as a place to lose our studs later on, so we're actually going to be able to do that, and that skips a couple of status screens at the end of the first level. So, now that we're in Gringotts, we're going to get Grip Hook added to our party, who has the ability to use key locks. We'll be on to the vault. First level is pretty straightforward, not too much going on as far as speedrunning tech, just optimal lines and trying to take good routes. But we'll see that changes here in a minute pretty soon.
Actually, I think this is the only level in the entire run where you actually use Grip Hook's key ability.
Yeah, it's not a ability that many characters have in the story.
I think he might be the only one.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a second Goblin character in this game. I know 5 through 7 has like 4 key characters, but I don't know if there's any other ones in this game.
I feel like I should know this because I run 100%, but I don't think there is another one.
A lot of studs. Darn. we were hoping...
So
Sorry, go ahead. You can explain.
we were hoping for player 1, if he has under 2,000 studs, he only needs to take 2 deaths instead of 3. And then player 2 wants under 3,000, so he only has to take 3 deaths. But we do not get it. But that saves like maybe a second. Not a huge deal not to get it.
Alright. So now I'm on 0 studs, and Tfresh is going to be on 0 studs. Okay. Wasn't sure if you were going to respawn there on top of studs.
Yeah, got a little unlucky with that stud spread, but that's okay.
Now that we're on 0 studs, we just have like 10 seconds of gameplay left for the rest of the level, and we're not going to have to get any studs during that period, so we'll end this level with 0 studs. Fortunately, there is the kill plane there in the Gringotts vault, so we're able to dump all the studs that we collect throughout the level.
We just have this end cutscene, and that is the end of the first level.
Yep. So, like we said, pretty straightforward level here. We'll get to see some more interesting glitches as we go on, but for the most part, at the beginning here, since we don't have any abilities yet, we are pretty limited on what we're able to do. But now we're going to be in Hogwarts Castle after another couple cutscenes here. And then we'll have some more stuff to do.
Yes, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the rest of the levels in this year are actually pretty interesting. They all have pretty cool skips and a bunch of different stuff you can do in them. This is the most simple of the year 1 levels. And actually, before we do any of the levels, we actually have a couple lessons we got to do.
Yeah, so this game is broken into 2 different types of segments. There's lessons and levels. Levels take you to like a replayable part of the game that is separate from the hub world, and there's 6 per episode, and then lessons are within the hub world, and they teach you some sort of ability. And those can't actually replay them, but you can revisit them whenever you want in the hub. So, first episode is broken into a lot of different lessons on top of the 6 levels, whereas as we go through the episodes, we'll see less and less as far as the lessons go. Now we're on our way to Hogwarts, finally. We have to get through the whole Sorting Hat segment of the movie as well, though, in this cutscene. We really do cover like 45 minutes of the movie in the first level, and some change here.
Yeah, it basically skips all the way until like basically the troll part of the movie, which is like almost halfway through. Yeah. And that's the second level in the game.
Yep. To be fair, there isn't a lot action-wise that happens during that. There's a lot of plot, but not really a lot of like things you could turn into gameplay.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what the console versions of these games do, like the non-Lego versions.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how those work.
They're a lot more in depth with the story, I know, and I think they pull more from the books, because the Lego games are basically just adaptations of the movies.
I mean, it also helps that they can talk in the
yeah, that's true.
the other games.
Yeah, no dialogue in these, of course.
It's a bunch of grunting.
Yep. Alright, we're just about into gameplay again here. We're gonna spawn in the Gryffindor common room here. The game likes to put a lot of like random obstacles in your path when you first come through here. We have this enchanted dresser here that's gonna block our way out. We need to feed it some pants so it gets out of the way. That's what you do in LEGO games.
The game gives you a little hint by having it eat a bunch of clothes, and so you shoot this guy's pants off so he'll leave you alone.
Yeah.
It's
classic.
Lego humor.
So Ron has access to scabbers, which is pretty important to run. Scabbers can use these pet tunnels, like this one here, and you're able to access things that you otherwise couldn't access through those. So now we'll be on our way down to the main area of the castle. We're going to learn Wingardium Leviosa here in a second. The first spell. Right now with our wands, all we can do is just shoot a unnamed default spell. We don't have any other abilities yet, but you'll see after this lesson, there's going to be a spell that populates on the side of our name icons at the top of the screen. And as we learn more spells, we're able to cycle through them and use them as needed to solve various puzzles. So now we're on to Wingardium Leviosa here. The plot of this lesson is that Ron accidentally put students on a bunch of chandeliers, so we need to lower them using Wingardium Leviosa, and that's how, you know, certified we've learned how to... that certifies that we've learned how to do the spell. So we're gonna try and do these two chandeliers here at the same time, and that will overlap these two cutscenes with the reward of this lesson. Will give us Wingardium Leviosa right here. So now that we have that, we are able to move objects as we have in the lesson. Allows us to access a new part of the castle here. Go back out over the main area, and now we can lift these here and access the grand hall area. We're going to try and overlap this cutscene.
Oops.
That was early.
A little early,
We'll come back to that later then. Alright, so player 2 here is going to go over to the left and use his rat to put out a piece of this statue. We don't actually need that for quite a while, but since we have some downtime there, we're going to start working on that, and we'll throughout the run put down more and more pieces of that statue, since that's the path to Hogsmeade that we need to have open for year 3 for one of the levels. So it saves time to do that throughout the run as opposed to having to do it all at once when we finally need it. So that is why we're doing it like that. And now we're on to the second level, as we talked about, and there's a couple of pieces of tech that's going to come in back to back here. So first things first, when you put down your pet, your character has like a different jump animation than normal. So if you put down a pet and then pick him back up, you can actually get a double jump. And also, when you put down a pet and use Wingardium Leviosa on your character, it warps you to the default location. And it actually only warps the pet, but if you displace your character's vertical height while putting down the pet, it will warp you instead of the pet. So that's what we call a wrong warp, or a Ron warp, as it is. We'll see that tech used a lot as well. There's two different variants of it, like I mentioned. There's the one that just sends the pet, and there's one that sends the human. We're going to use both of those throughout the run. But what we did there, by warping him across the room, we actually skipped the troll entirely. He's well over to the left, kind of just chilling. But since we completely passed a trigger for him to move, he's just got stuck at the beginning of the room, and we didn't have to do anything with the troll at all. Of course, now we have a boss fight with the troll coming up here.
Yes, and there's actually something you'll notice we'll do right at the beginning is we'll run straight at him. And that's so he can, if you're within a certain area around him and you get his attention, he'll aggro onto you early. But if that doesn't happen, then it'll happen around 5 seconds later. We still aren't fully sure what makes him aggro early, but this is the setup we generally try and do, and we got it.
Nice. Cool 5-second time save. But yeah, other than that, this is pretty much just an auto-scroller boss fight. He just runs back and forth.
Save the student.
Yeah, you can save the student in parallel. He's just chilling there in the bathroom stall.
It's kind of funny because the only thing you have to do is just walk next to them. And they're saved.
And that is the entire troll boss fight. And also this level completed. It's a pretty fast level, especially when you skip most of the first room. That pet jumping mechanic we mentioned is actually not used too much, though, because after this split we're going to go and learn Lumos. And Lumos actually has the same sort of mechanic where you can get a second jump after getting off of Lumos, and that just ends up being faster than pet jumping. We're going to use that all over the place, but the pet jumping, we've actually already done all the pet jumps in the run.
Yes.
Since it's basically just obsoleted by the other piece of tech. You'll notice we just spammed through the status screen there. Like I mentioned, the studs only matter for the first level, fortunate. Tfresh is going to go get another piece of the knight while I'm on my way down here.
Luckily, none of the students got in my way sometimes. Wingardium Leviosa likes to target the students instead of the helmet sometimes, and it can be a little annoying there.
Yeah. There are a lot of obstacles in your path in the hub throughout this world. Disco Ron here.
And what's funny is you can actually use Wingardium Leviosa on every student except for the Slytherins. Doesn't work on the Slytherins.
Really? I didn't know
why.
that. That's fun.
Yeah. I realized it the other day. It's kind of weird.
The goal of this lesson is to get the 5 pieces of this circle thing, place them back down here. Very similar level layout to the other lesson, but is actually a completely different room. Not even the same room, they just have a duplicate of it. So there's 3 up top. We're just going to drop one down to me. I don't have to go back up there. And that is Lumos. So now that we have Lumos, I'll demonstrate here in a second what a Lumos jump looks like. Basically allows us to get a double jump, and we will use that throughout the run. So you'll see if you have Lumos activated and switch off it, you can get a double jump. Won't be using it in this lesson, but we are going to use it immediately after. So some of these abilities aren't super useful. So far, Wingardium Leviosa and Lumos are very useful. This one is Strength Potion, which we will use throughout the run, but it's only a couple times. But we don't have any way of skipping these lessons, so we just have to play through them either way.
Yeah.
However, the lesson after this is actually not a required lesson. But we do it anyway because it saves time to get it, and we'll explain that in a moment here. But in this game, in order to brew a potion, you need to find 3 different ingredients and put them into the cauldron. So this is a pretty simple one. The ingredients are just kind of sitting out without too much to do. But as you go on, some potions become quite a bit more complicated, and we'll see a potion in year 4 that's like very, very complicated.
Yes.
But this one's actually worth. You shoot a player after they drink it, you can cancel the drinking animation, or the post-drinking animation, I should say, where they gain the strength ability.
Yes. I believe Harry flexes his muscles and does a couple push-ups, and then he's ready to go.
Yeah.
But we skip that.
So up here is where Transfiguration is. We're not actually supposed to have access to this yet. There's a Slytherin prefect blocking the stairs, and I think you're supposed to go up there with the invisibility cloak if you want to actually gain access to it. But since we can Lumos jump, we can just bypass him and get into here early. And like I said, this is an optional lesson. You're not actually required to play this lesson. But the Transfiguration ability is pretty broken. You can turn your player into... I probably shouldn't have done that. It'll probably be okay.
I think I'll be okay.
That didn't lose too much time. But as you saw, I shouldn't have done that either. But you can turn your player into an animal, and that changes what their hitbox looks like, which gives you some strange properties that we're actually going to use in the next level. Pretty straightforward lesson here. Shoot the dummies and they turn into animals. Yeah, this lesson takes about a minute, a little over a minute to do, and we end up, I think it activates something like 2 to 3 minutes of time save throughout the run.
Yes.
And here's another pet warp. So the default location in this room is just kind of to the left of where the potion room is, so it ends up being fast. Pet warp there. Oh, yeah. I forgot about it. Right. Okay, so normally this would already be open, but we made a mistake earlier, so we'll open that now. And head outside. We're on our way to greenhouse. While we're on our way there, we're going to clear out this fountain. Now, this is another thing we actually don't have to do. It's not like a required thing.
Uh-oh. Okay.
We're fine, we're good. That was almost bad. But I hit the cutscene like right as, or I hit the trigger like right as the cutscene started, so we ended up skipping that cutscene. Very close on that one. We almost missed the cutscene skip, but
yeah.
That saves like 15 seconds to not have to watch that cutscene, so it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. If you watch the cutscene, it's not even faster to do that anyway. So
yeah,
you don't want to miss that.
Yeah. So the reason we did that is just because it spawns in a vehicle that we want to use in year 2, and this is the only time when we go through that room prior to year 2, so it makes sense to activate that now. We'll touch more on that once we get to the use of that later on. But this is Lumos Solum, which basically just upgrades our Lumos spell, so we're able to kill Devil Snare with it. I think this is them just trying to pad the first episode, have more things to do in it because they have 2 different Lumos lessons.
Yes, it's basically just Lumos, but stronger, I guess. I'm not really sure what the point of the second part of the lesson was.
So now that we have all these pieces out, the whole plot of this one is we need to free Ron, who's behind that wall over there. Now that Ron is freed, that is the lesson unlocked. We have one more lesson here before we get back into the levels. We have to go learn broomstick flying so that Harry can join the Quidditch team.
Yes. This is one of those lessons that I don't think the developers made in mind with co-op, because this whole lesson can basically only be done by Harry. Ron and Hermione are not allowed to fly high or do anything while being on a broom for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They're both
Yeah.
kind of not as good at flying. And it's actually funny, because, like, Ron is moderately competent with it, but Hermione, like, can't fly at all, which, you know, goes with the story. So I think that's kind of funny.
Right. It's like Hermione, the broom just tries to knock her off the whole time you're on it.
Yep. See, she's having
As
quite
you
a
can see,
time
she's
there.
having a little bit of since it looks like she's riding a horse.
There's a boss fight with a gargoyle here, because I guess they didn't know what to do with this lesson.
Yeah, they could have made you chase Malfoy, but for some reason they chose a gargoyle and then a plant.
That's like the whole lesson. This is a really fast lesson, and to be honest, a lot of them are pretty fast gameplay-wise, but
I think the only really long one is the one in year 4.
yeah. So now that we're out of there, we're going to do another pet warp here in a moment, since this room has another good pet warping location in it. There's actually a couple of different hub rooms that are all in the same like area here. So this room here is right next to the secondary room that we were in, so we're able to warp into that room. Now we'll go ahead and head out to the main grounds area where Hagrid's hut is, and the Quidditch area is. Next level is the Quidditch level. You're actually able to skip this strength potion. There is some platforming you can do to get over that wall, but because we come through here so many times, it doesn't actually save time to do that. So we'll go ahead and just continue on our way here. And while Tfresh is running over to where we need to go, I'm going to go ahead and do this pumpkin here. We're not going to need that till year 3, but that opens up the area to Hagrid's garden, which eventually we will need to go to. What are you doing?
I'm off pad number 2.
Oh, okay. So, like I mentioned, the Transfiguration spell is not required, but you're going to see a use of it right here. Basically, like I said, it turns you into an animal, and the animal has a different hitbox. And if you rub up against a wall and then drop directional input, when you turn back into a human, you'll partially clip into the wall. And there are some walls in the game where you can infinitely jump up them if you transfig next to them. And we're going to see one right here at the beginning of this level. It gives you a lot more height than something like a Lumos jump would, which activates some skips that we otherwise would not be able to do. Which is why it is valuable to unlock the optional spell. It's funny how there's these Quidditch levels in the game, but we're never actually playing Quidditch during them. Every time that we go to the Quidditch place, it's just,
It's to save Harry.
yeah, it's always just saving Harry.
And what's unique about this one, actually, is even if we don't have Transfig, this level is actually still very, very broken. You can still skip almost everything. It's just, this is just faster than the other way of skipping everything.
Yeah, so this area he's in is actually a place you're not supposed to really go to. Until, like, you come back into the level. Alright, now that we have that guy out of the way, we'll go ahead and enter this room. And if we re-exit the previous room, it actually skips a cutscene there. And Now do a couple of Lumos jumps here. Skip this whole room as well. And that is actually the whole level. Very quick one there. Not too much to actually do in that level, since we skip all of the intended gameplay by running over the first room. There's this whole thing you're supposed to do with, like, building a pet tunnel and knocking some stairs down or something. I don't know. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know how to complete that level the normal way. I haven't done it in so long. So I was a little kid, probably.
Right. So,
But yeah, I believe it is very convoluted.
yeah, I believe you're correct. So now that we're past that level, we're suddenly on our way back to, I guess since there's no dialogue in this game, it kind of doesn't explain very well, like, the whole plot of the movie. But now we're going to go try to enter the restricted section to get information about the Philosopher's Stone, which has not been talked about in any capacity throughout the game yet, but that's where we're going. First, we need to cross over this bridge. Now, normally you're supposed to just build the bridge, but it's beneficial for us to not have the bridge built, so we're going to leave it unbuilt like that. And we'll see why in the next level after this. But first, like I said, the restricted section is next. This is
I
another.
don't think it even tells you why they go to the restricted section. We just go there.
Yeah. I think the
Doesn't
first
have to.
mention of the Philosopher's Stone in this game is, like, literally the last level of the first episode, where, like, it's just in Harry's pocket.
So you see Hagrid pick up the package in, like, the first cutscene,
Right.
or the, I guess the second or third cutscene, but you see him pick it up, and then from then on it does not, it just does not mention it again until, like, the 2 levels.
Yep. This is where we get the invisibility cloak, an ability we used exactly one time in this speedrun. And it's not here. You're supposed to use it here, but we're not going to use it here. I like how even when his face is still very easily visible, Filch can't see him.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that works.
Alright, so fortunately this room does not have a ceiling, so we can actually skip this one, similarly with Transfiguration. But we'll see that here. This wall is kind of strange though, so you have to climb up over in that corner. You can't climb up over by me. But we are able to get over this wall behind the door. And for some reason, this door closes faster than Dumbledore goes through most of the time, so he just kind of gets stuck on the door there. And I don't know why that happens.
And it happens on every version of the game too, which doesn't really make any sense, because you would think that it would just be like a weird, like, PC thing or something, but it's just every version of the game that happens. They just, I guess they didn't test it very often.
Yeah. Skip to this door as well with other Transfiguration here. That's almost the entire level again. The levels in this game really are pretty short. Especially when you're able to skip everything.
Yes.
We're already in the last room of the lesson, or the level.
Missed it.
Okay, so I was gonna wait for him to do that, but basically, there are certain cutscenes at the end of levels in this game where if you pause on the first frame of the cutscene, you can exit out of the level and skip the end cutscene, and the game still progresses. This is the first one in the game where that's able to do that. We didn't end up getting it there, but we'll see some other opportunities to get it in the future here. It does save quite a bit of time. It was actually just found a couple days ago, so it's still really new tech.
Yes.
Outside of one of them that was already known about. Alright, so now we're going to head back to Hagrid's hut since we're going to the Forbidden Forest. Again, it's not really explained why we're doing this, but
we have the detention because we were caught doing something that never happened in the game.
Yeah. So we're going to do another warp here. And it warps us conveniently directly to Hagrid's hut, which is where we need to go. And that warp saves quite a bit of time, and we're going to get to do that a couple of times throughout the run, since most episodes, actually every episode has a level that wants you to go to Hagrid's hut. Every time we have to do that, we're going to warp over there.
Yes, and that's why we don't want the bridge built there.
Yeah. And so you go left to right across that bridge like 9 times throughout the run. We only go right to left like twice. So you only have to jump across the bridge in a weird way twice. And it's significantly easier to get that warp off if you have the bridge down.
You actually, so you do it twice, but you can do it up to 4 times with the new cutscene.
Oh yeah, that's
skip
true.
that puts you in different spots.
Yeah, we're still figuring out the routing behind that.
Yes.
So we haven't done this yet throughout the run, but this game does have a mechanic that allows you to drop out, which removes your player from like player control and just makes them an NPC. We're gonna do that here because we're gonna try and warp a character. Since this section, Fang can't jump up here like Hermione can, but if you drop him in, he can just warp up there without having to do the puzzle, which is very convenient. Need him for this. Yes. He can dig.
Before we knew about that, we had another way to get Fang up there, but it is very hard and complicated.
Yeah.
And a lot slower.
Oh, I don't have anything to do during this, but Tfresh is going to do a bunch of jumps here. This is a pretty difficult Lumos jump. You have to jump over like a slope. And this is another very short level. You're going to see after this. This is literally the end of the level right there. Yes. Since we skipped all the gameplay.
Definitely one of the more broken levels in the game. I don't think you do like really anything at all intended. But
yeah. And with that, we're almost done with the first episode. We just have one level left, where we fight Quirrell Voldemort. Again, it's been like... none of the actual plot has really been hinted at yet, but that's what we're gonna go do.
That is the first mention that there is someone evil in this movie, and now we're gonna go fight him.
Yep. As we saw earlier, there is I don't remember what this place is called. I know this is like the forbidden area of the castle where Fluffy is, that was mentioned at the beginning of the game.
The 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side.
Thank you. Now that we're up here, where the trials are to actually get to where the stone is. And, we're gonna have to get past Fluffy and the Devil's Snare and the keys and the chest and all that.
Yes. And instead of playing the flute, we give him a rubber ducky first.
Yep. He does like his rubber ducky. That makes him no longer mad at us. Now we have a harp that we can put together. And I can go to sleep. As he does.
Sleeps with his eyes open, though.
Yeah. These games are not known for their long development time, so I guess they didn't have the budget to close his Fluffy's eyes.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we have to get rid of the key here, and need extra height in order to get up there, so we'll free the broomstick. And then we have to play some chess.
Do you have time for a quick reaction?
Yes.
We got a donation from Hegel Larry Potter for $10 saying Hegel Parry Lotter. It's very hard to read that, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So chess is pretty interesting. As you may have seen, we're able to skip a lot of animations by shooting characters. It does save some time. Like there, as you saw. It's actually a pretty complicated room. There's a lot of things you need to shoot at, and the targeting is not the greatest.
Yeah, it doesn't like to actually target, so you have to aim and shoot, and it can be hard.
Yeah. And I like how the canon reason in the game for why Ron was not with us was that he tripped over a sword that was on the ground.
Yeah.
And of course,
I guess it would be too violent to have him smacked in the face.
yeah. And since we do need 2 players, Hermione also finds her way here with us.
Yes. You will notice in a couple places in the run that they have another character join the adventure. And they were not there.
Yeah. Utmost importance of LEGO games to have 2 players at all points. That is like something that they will break the story just to make that happen, so... Out later with a specific ghost character. Continuing with the theme of very fun and cool and interesting boss fights, we have a lot of waiting around here.
LEGO games are not known for having good boss fights.
Yeah, there's nothing we can actually do to speed this part up. We just need to wait for him to get through his phases.
Luckily, this is the last phase.
Oh. How did it not shoot there? What?
I don't know. So he can usually get another shot off there if you wait a long time to like knock that back at him, which will actually hit you in midair.
Yeah, but I guess he
And then
just
knock
wasn't
you back
feeling it
in.
today.
Yeah, I guess he just wasn't not feeling it today. I guess, yeah. All right, well that is the end of year 1.
Yeah, and something we can do in this game, after it saves, you can sometimes restart the game to skip a cutscene. So we're going to do that right there. And I really hope that that still shows up on the stream. It should.
Oh, I pushed A by accident.
Okay. Do you want to something about that.
Actually, I don't know if that'll work.
It's fine. We'll just... We're all good.
Okay.
I'll just be player 2 now.
Okay. I don't think that messes anything up.
Yeah, I mean...
We'll
the
just...
opposites.
Yeah.
El Expelliarmus.
Yeah.
So now Dobby's here. Pay attention, because he has a lot of important plot in this game. He's just kind of here, you know? He just, like, terrorizes us for, like, 10 minutes, and then he disappears from the story.
Yes. It's, Yeah. Dobby's an interesting character.
There is a cutscene at the end of the episode where we give him his sock, which, like, literally, like I said, his only appearance in this episode is he just terrorizes us, and then he vanishes from the story, and at the end of it, we reward him with a sock. But we don't even get to see that in the the speedrun, because we skipped that. So, we're not even going to get to see that. Which is fine. He doesn't deserve the sock anyway.
Well, Vernon is very mad at us.
Yeah, for throwing cake at his friend.
Yes. He put security cameras up. I didn't even realize that till right now. Huh. I don't remember that part.
There's definitely a security camera there.
There's one on that side, and there's one on the other neighbor's house, too. Guess he just... Huh. So now we are escaping from the Dursleys.
Yeah, I like how
What?
when they pull apart the wall, they actually destroy, like, so much of the wall. Like,
Yes. They also, I guess, just forgot that Fred and George were there.
yeah, they're not here in the cutscene. I guess the car is pretty small in this game.
Yeah.
Only a 2-seater.
There's Ginny.
Yep, she is important to this episode, but we skip... Oh, you're right. What opposite? I forgot.
Right.
I guess we should probably reverse what we normally do.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Flue Powder, the level, with the theme in this game. Well, I guess it's not really a theme, it's like half a theme. The first level of the first 2 episodes, are really straightforward. So, much like the first level of the game, this level is also really just, like, simple. Kind of doing puzzles quickly is, like, the whole name of the game.
I actually believe, yeah, in year 1, 2, and 3, the first level takes you to... I guess not, this level doesn't take you to Diagon Alley. It's Nocturne Alley instead. But you're always in that area of the game. But then in year 4, it's totally different.
Yeah, year 4 is the Quidditch World Cup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be Hagrid here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, we're gonna be a little backwards here from what we normally do, so...
Yeah.
I need to coordinate that a little bit, but that's all good. Stuff is not super difficult.
Here's where Harry loses his hand and Hagrid helps him fix his hand.
Yeah. Casually just getting his hand cut off by another hand. Fortunately, it was just a flesh wound.
Yes. Maybe Harry was over-exaggerating a little bit. Now we have to give this wizard this sword.
Yep, like in
to
the
kill
movie.
the dragon. Yes. So then he'll give us the key so we can get out of the shop that's locked from the inside.
Yeah.
The Did Hagrid pull out an apple?
I think he did. I don't think I've seen.
I've
that
never
animation
seen that before, ever. That's a new one. Huh. Definitely never seen him pull an apple out of his pocket before. Interesting. You learn something new every day.
Yeah. If you're wondering why we don't just like transfiguration over this, it doesn't actually work in every level for some reason. Transfiguration just like is deactive in some rooms and levels, and this is one level where it just straight up doesn't work. If you shoot someone with transfig, it just like doesn't turn them into an animal because this is a well-made game with no flaws.
Yes. There are some levels where if you could do that, it would save quite a bit of time, but unfortunately, it just doesn't do anything in those levels, of course.
Yeah. Classic.
Because, yeah. It also just randomly stops working in the hub.
Yeah. After
in the
year
game.
1, it just doesn't work in the hub anymore.
Yeah. Not really sure why. Although on the console version of the game, it does. Which really makes sense.
Gotta love the Congo line into platform 9 3/4 there.
Yes.
Here's Dobby back again to terrorize us. There is kind of a recurring theme in this game where the first level covers like 45 minutes of the story because there's just a ton of stuff to get through before you actually get to the castle. And they want you to get to the castle after the first level in every one of these episodes. So once again, ton of the movie being covered here, but felt good.
Yes.
We're gonna do another pet warp here because... Oh, right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So that actually skips like a minute of gameplay because you need to do this whole room here with all the potion ingredients and then use the handle and then a camera pan plays and then you get to go to the courtyard, which is what we can just skip straight to.
Right. I'm really glad we don't have to play like an hour of this with reversed players.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's only going to be like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And now we're going to learn about some mandrakes. Which aren't really used too much, because most of the time when there's a mandrake, we skip the mandrake. But you have to learn about them. They can be used to destroy glass objects, but they're pretty slow to do things, turns out. Animation takes quite a while.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do you want to...
It doesn't really matter.
So if you remember from... the first episode where we got all of these plants to grow, that spawned in this plunder. And as it turns out, you can get past this obstacle here. You're on the plunder, that you can't get past it without that. So that skips a whole little puzzle with freeing or putting a mandrake away there, as well as routing out a whole bunch of moves. And there's a little bit of collision you can jump off of there to get up to this balcony early that also skips a mandrake.
Yes, we have to do that every time we need to go up here, unless we want to use the mandrake.
But fortunately, it's always faster anyway than taking the
Yes.
stairs, so it's not even a big deal. Now, of course, Gilderoy Lockhart is introduced to the story.
Yes, my favorite character. They stole his hair.
Yeah, just like in the movie.
Yes.
Oh, right. There's 2 waves of pixies we need to get through because the game wants as much content as possible.
Yes. Very cool lesson here.
Yeah. Just standing on desks, spamming shots at Pixie.
And that is the lesson.
Yep, that's the whole lesson. Lots of interesting gameplay, certainly.
Student over in the upper right corner clapping for us. Oh, he's not clapping.
Real homie.
You know, they could have had, like, Seamus and, like, actual students in there with us, but they just have unnamed Gryffindor boy and Gryffindor girl in there with us.
And as it turns out, those are actually unlockable characters in the game. Gryffindor boy and Gryffindor girl are both characters you can play as.
And there's also Ravenclaw boy and Ravenclaw girl and Hufflepuff boy, and it just every house has them.
And my personal favorite is the ones that are just boy and girl, who are also playable characters.
I think they're Muggles though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe you're right. I can't say I know much about boy and girl in this game though.
What's even better is in the next game you'll see a truly funny character, and we actually do get to purchase this character.
Oh
so
yeah, that's right.
It's I'm not really sure why he's in the game, but
yeah, I'm glad he is.
And he's useful too.
He's very useful. Yeah.
He's useful, and he's definitely not in the movies, but you know that's okay.
Yeah. We'll get back to that once we get to the second game.
Oh.
No,
right.
yeah, you go. We're not doing the work here.
Oh, you know what? You're totally right.
Oh, now we're going to do more Quidditch, and Dobby is once again going to try and murder Harry Potter. As he does.
Yes.
But
we are going to save the day again.
Yep. Fortunately, this is the end of Dobby appearing in the speedrun, though. After this, he will never show up again. Love how Harry just jumps behind a barrel to change there.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. That is in time.
Yeah, there is another cutscene at the end I mentioned that he does show up in, but we don't watch that cutscene.
For some reason, I thought he showed up in the Black Lake cutscene, but I actually don't think he does.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
He's supposed to give you gillyweed, but I don't remember if it's... I don't think it's in this game. I can't remember, though.
He's in the next game.
Yeah.
Actually, we kind of skipped that,
the
too.
level. We skipped the level that is just called his name.
Oh, right.
Oh,
you're playing this level. That's right. I'll just stay where I am. Give you the normal camera. Oh, this is there's a lot of interesting platforming in this level. Supposed to do a bunch of stuff with Hagrid to help get through this room, but you can actually play it entirely just with Lumos jumping. Skip all the puzzles.
So it is worth mentioning that I am playing through Parsec. So if you see me doing weird stuff, it's probably because I can't see what's happening on my screen.
Yeah.
The game is lagging a little bit.
How is the delay for you? Is it not that bad?
A lot worse than it was because you're streaming, I think, but
okay.
it's playable.
All right.
It's making things a little bit harder, but that's okay.
Right. And so we've killed Dobby successfully, and now he's gonna vanish from the story.
Yes.
Now, normally, you'd think that would be the end of the level, and In most cases, that would be, but there's actually another room to this level since they combined the sequence in the hospital wing into this level as well. So we have another bit to this. Where we have to make a Skelegro potion for Harry here.
So you're Ron, so you're gonna do the skeleton.
Yep. Right. You're reminding me? I was about to do the other thing. Have another cutscene here we're going to skip.
Nice.
There's a dancing skeleton that normally appears there after you put his head in place, but because I went through transition just as that started, we got to skip that cutscene. It'll just kind of fall into pieces while we're standing there. We call that skeleton skip. It used to be pretty tricky, but fortunately it's pretty easy now. I remember back in the day people complained about it a lot.
Yes, I remember it was quite common to miss that back in the day. And it does actually save a lot.
Yeah, they really go, it's like a 10-second animation of the skeleton dancing.
Yeah, that whole time we spent in the other room, plus entering back in and all that kind of stuff, the skeleton was quote-unquote dancing. Just, you can't see him doing it.
Now, since we never potted this Mandrake, we have to do this once again to get out of here. But fortunately, that's the last time we have to do that.
Yes, because after year 2, he just disappears.
Very fortunate. I got it.
Okay.
Cool. That is third piece of that put together. We have only one more piece here. Like we said, that does open the path to Hogsmeade, which we'll need at the beginning of the next episode. But fortunately, we passed through this room enough times to where we can just do it with one player while the other player is moving through as intended. Now we have a little shooting gallery here. I think the delay is on my side here.
Ah, yeah, you beat me on all of them.
Is it problematic if I am the one that fights? You know.
I don't think that works.
Okay, I'll drop out then. I've never done this duel with player 2 before, so can't say I know if that works.
I don't even know if I don't know if that actually works. I don't really know what player 2 doesn't. This is like one of the few parts, parts in the run where player 2 just has no role.
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling. I think he's fighting like Crab or something, but Harry's fighting Draco Malfoy. Very exciting, interesting boss fight here. Such an intense duel going on here. Can't believe you beat him.
Let's go.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, there if you just wait until he is damageable again, he won't dodge for some reason. Not really sure why that is. We used to not know how it works, so we would just spam spells at him until we hit him. It was pretty annoying.
Alright, let me press the A button this time.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay, there we go.
We should be back on normal characters now.
Yes, thank goodness, because this cutscene skip would have been hard to do on the delay.
Yes. So I guess we didn't mention this, but there are certain places throughout the run after lessons where the lesson starts to save right before the cutscene starts, and so it finishes saving during the cutscene. Skipped another little camera pan there. But because it finishes saving during the cutscene, we're able to restart the game. Skip that as well.
You may have noticed that Chimkin started shooting with his wand. You see, this game has a rather interesting mechanic where if you stop moving sometimes, your wand will get put away and that will interrupt anything else that you're doing and you cannot move or do anything during the time that you are putting your wand away, which can cause some problems when trying to do things like camera pan skips.
Yes.
Very, cool mechanic.
And right there, we actually skipped another cinematic cutscene. Normally, when you use the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory, it plays a cutscene, but if you use the entrance to it while you're already exiting the room, it completely skips the cutscene. Now we're able to just bypass that. And that pet warp does spawn scabbers like inside the collision of another object, so sometimes he gets a little stuck trying to get out there. But now, because during that period, I think the plot here, because we skipped 2 cutscenes, so a lot of plot got overwritten there, but we're trying to get into the Slytherin common room, and we tried to go enter it and realized, oh, we can't do that, so we're gonna go make a Polyjuice potion so we can get inside. Yeah, just like the movie. Now we have Justin Finch Fletchley unlocked, who is a Hufflepuff. Might seem counterintuitive why we'd want a Hufflepuff. We're trying to get into the Slytherin common room, but you know, we actually are going to use him to get into the bathroom wing. Because
Yes.
for some reason you need to be a Hufflepuff to get through there. But actually, we're not even going to use him because we're going to skip that. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, because, like, you would think that because only Hufflepuffs can go up there, maybe that's where their common room is. But nope, that's not even the case. The common rooms are in the same spot as the Gryffindor common rooms in this game for some reason.
Yeah. I'm not really sure why they locked this behind a Hufflepuff. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But
Yes.
this area over here on the right is where the bathroom wing is. But we can actually just Lumos jump up here. And skip having to actually activate that staircase and the portrait that you're supposed to use a Hufflepuff with. Fortunate. Saves a decent amount of time. We only have to come up here twice throughout the speedrun, so... Definitely a good time save there. Also kind of some fun Lumos jumps to do, I like those. Now we're gonna drug Crab and Goyle and steal their hair. As, you know, as you do. That was actually the opening cutscene to this level, but it plays early, because that's how that level works for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because when you replay the level, the cutscene just doesn't play.
And now we are once again making a Polyjuice potion, but this time with Crab and Goyle's hair instead of Justin Finch Fletchley's hair, I guess.
Yes.
So, now that we have your run.
Yes.
Okay.
I just missed the hair earlier.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. So, now that we have that activated, we actually have a new piece of tech we haven't seen yet coming up in the next room. It's called a pet recall. So, when you put down your pet and you press B, it recalls the pet to you. But it doesn't just, like, despawn them. It actually brings them to you, and they pass through walls as they're doing that. And if they hit a transition while they're passing through walls, they will continue to the next room, as you can see right here. So, by recalling the pet, the pet went through the wall and hit the door to the next room and just skipped that whole room. Really powerful piece of tech that is unfortunately not used that much because a lot of rooms are not really laid out in such a way that makes it usable.
There's only one other use of it, and it's really complicated use.
Yes. This is a room that's pretty much just bottlenecked by long animations, so Tfresh is going to get one of the rests while we do this, I guess. Got the Ravenclaw crest. Oh, yeah. That was another one that we're able to skip this cutscene if we get that off. But like I said, it is a one-frame pause, so it's not exactly the easiest thing.
That's okay.
We're actually going to have another one on this level as well, but there's something strange with this next level where you don't actually have to beat the full level for the progression of the main story to finish. So after you beat the first room, you can just exit out of the level as normal. So even if we don't get the cutscene pause, we can still skip most of the level by just leaving the level, because this is a well-made game with no flaws.
Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There's a weird controller thing that happens during that part where sometimes both players can end up on the same controller. I completely forgot that was even a thing that could happen. Now we have...
Hey, I really hope that she is kind today.
Yeah, so this boss fight has a little bit of RNG in it. Okay, that was my fault. I'll do this. Okay. I guess I went a little early on that one.
Just don't close her door. Okay.
Okay, cool. Didn't close the doors.
Should be chilling now.
Yeah, so sometimes she likes to throw objects that are not targetable at us, and if she does that, it just loses time. Like there's nothing you can do about it. It's basically random. So far, there's been none of them. Could I wait on this one?
Yes. Yeah, this fight doesn't like speedrunners. If you go too fast, she'll just reset the fight.
Yeah. There's one of the pieces that isn't targetable, and there's another one.
There's another one. You can get... Yeah, there's the third one. You can get, like, 15 in a row, and there's just nothing you can do.
Yep.
Sometimes that happens, like this.
This has been like 5 or 6.
5 in one phase of the fight. 6. Okay.
Nice. Okay, so that's what that's supposed to look like. But like I said, not only did that skip a cutscene, it also skipped 2 extra rooms of the level, because for that level only, that's the only level in the game where this works, for some reason, the level progresses before you actually finish it. Which is very convenient, because it skips quite a few cutscenes and a lot of gameplay, and saves like over 2 minutes. And aside from the frame-perfect pause, even if you miss that, it still saves like 2 minutes, and it's very, very easy to do.
Oops. This student is being a little...
A little difficult to get that one off sometimes.
Yes. This is another forest level. I believe every year except for year 4 has one.
Yeah. This one we're going to go see Aragog, which, because we skipped a whole bunch of cutscenes, I'm not actually sure if it's explained in the cutscenes. Like, that actually makes this make sense. But, we did skip, like, 4 cutscenes.
Yes, we skipped like a lot of stuff in 2-4.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I still don't think this is, like, explained, though.
Yeah, it's kind of like we go talk to Tom Riddle in the diary, which we skipped all of that. But basically, we go talk to him and watch his memories, watch him catch Hagrid doing nothing. And then we were kind of ejected from the memories, and Jenny picks the book back up, and then that's where the level ends. It's not explained all that well.
You know, you can only do so well without, dialogue.
That is true. The game does a fantastic job of grunting its way through the cutscenes.
Skip a little bit of a puzzle here. Unfortunately, we do need to bring Fang all the way with us, because the last thing we have to do in this room involves digging. But fortunately, we're still able to do that without without needing to do like any of the puzzle. We're still able to jump him up here. Now we go underground to go find Aragog.
Yes. This Aragog lives under a tree under a beehive, apparently.
Yeah.
What's funny is we went underground and under a tree, but we can still see the sky.
Yeah, I think maybe it was like a tunnel and then it came up elsewhere. I guess. I don't know.
That's gotta be what happens. It's not really explained. Which is kind of a common theme, I guess. Save that student in peril as well.
Yeah, there's a... I guess we haven't explained that, but there's a collectible in the game called Students in Peril, where they're just kind of chilling somewhere in peril, and save them by sometimes it's literally just shooting them.
Save 4 of them, I think, without losing any time. It's that one, the one in 1-2, the one that you have to get in 2-6, and then the one in 4-3. Running through the maze, you can just fire the...
Oh yeah, that's right.
Forgot
about that one.
Okay, I'll drop out after this.
Yeah, so the end of this level has some pretty quirky vehicle physics, and yeah, it's not the greatest section, so...
For whatever reason, if you have player 2 called in, you just lose 30 seconds because the vehicles like to launch all over the place.
Yeah.
And do some wonky stuff for some reason. Especially the motorcycle.
I don't think this game has a great vehicle physics engine.
Yeah, it's kind of a recurring theme though with these Harry Potter games.
Yeah. Great start directly into a tree. The game before this, Lego game that came before this, was Lego Indiana Jones 2, which had a lot of vehicle levels in it, and they also have awful physics in them as well. Kind of like a ridiculously terrible physics in those. So, I do actually think this is an improvement in this game over that, which is crazy because there's only the one level here, but...
I think LIJ2 has like 1 or 2 vehicle levels for all 6 movies, and then they're like... It's not...
I have a screenshot on my computer from that game where my car is literally just like 50 feet off the ground because I hit a bump or something and I flew into the sky.
Yeah, there's I think it's Loud Chase. If you hit a light post, you can go flying across the level. It's like it's certainly a meme.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Okay. That went fine, I guess.
Yes. That section is kind of just like, don't get caught by Aragog and don't get a launch, like way up into the stratosphere.
Yep. And it's pretty easy to not get caught by Aragog as long as you don't run into too many things.
Yeah.
The motorcycle, however, is very hard to stay upright. That one just kind of flies all over the place.
The motorcycle likes to hit a bump and then start doing 360s through the air.
Yep.
It's kind of funny actually to see it do it, but it'll happen when the computer player is like controlling it too. So like not even like the programmed AI can't even drive the thing correctly. It's kind of funny.
Alright, so now we're on to the Chamber of Secrets. There wasn't a lot of mention of the Chamber of Secrets throughout this, but now we know where it is, so we're going to go there. Apparently.
Yes. It was not explained as to why we were actually following Malfoy, but
yeah,
we're going to do it.
And we're going to recruit Mr. Lockhart here, since he's, of course, a master of wizarding, supposedly.
Hair doesn't like to stay on very well.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's kind of a recurring joke, I guess, that his hair is, like, not real.
Yes. Which is funny, because it's not actually mentioned in the movies or anywhere that it's not. It might not be real.
These LEGO games really like to, like, stick to a joke about a character. I remember in the LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean game, there's this one, the villain from the second and third movie, I think his name is Beckett. There's just a joke in the LEGO game that he's really short. And I don't know why, because he's not even that short in the movie. He's, like, a normal height. A classic, parsec delay thing here.
Yeah, it's like as soon as I get on top of the thing, the game lags for like 4 seconds and I can't see anything. Come on. Oh, it's doing it. Okay.
You want me to do this? Okay. Okay.
Okay. You know what's funny about this trick is it maybe saves 10 seconds.
We're having a good time now. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Okay.
Oh,
All right, here we
okay.
are.
I
All
thought
right,
you were
we're
going to
good.
stop locked in there.
We're good now. We're good. We're fine. All right. So yeah, you can climb some weird collision to get up here, and that skips the first half of the puzzle. But we have to go in at this point because the rest of this is all scripted. Because technically you can go in at like the end of here, but you need to do all these pieces, otherwise you can't do the end of it. That was the student in peril that we just saved through the casual route of the level. And now we get to build the plunger vehicle, as you know, as they did in the movie. I love this sound effect so much.
Boing, boing, boing.
This is my favorite pet warp in the game. So the trigger for this, the exit of this room is at the bottom of, like on the ground behind this bathroom sink here, just like in the story, really. But a cutscene plays when you start using this, and if you have your pet up here, you can fall into the trigger during the cutscene. Very amusing to see it happen. This is a long room that involves like an octopus or something.
Yeah, you're supposed to go to the left and put a plunger on an octopus to get him to stop spraying water.
Yeah, but we don't have to do any of that either, because you can just make the jump over here.
Yes, there's actually like 4 different ways to skip that. But it lets you put the plunger on him, and then he gives you a platform to go up and build a skeleton who fishes out a fish that's blocking a jet stream to push you up onto the platform that we originally Lumos jumped on. And then you can build a bridge from up there.
Very convoluted.
Yes.
Are you going to be Harry now? Because you're currently Harry.
That's a great question.
I think you will be Harry.
I don't think I am.
I guess we'll see.
This is how we used to do this level.
Yeah, but we swapped characters at the beginning. Yeah, you're Harry. Okay.
Okay.
So, I guess you do the...
Yeah, that's not gonna be a
Alright,
good idea.
I'll just... Oh.
Oh. That's
Fine.
fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll, I'll be back to not a frog here in a second.
This parsec delay is really making this something else.
I didn't think I knew that,
You didn't know that transfake worked in this level?
Yeah, I didn't think I knew that.
Yeah, if it didn't, we could use Expelliarmus to block this, or that, like,
That's
animation.
right, yeah, yeah.
Motion. But it does work, so it is... don't do that.
You did not put the... Oh.
Yeah, if I don't go on screen, the thing will break sometimes. So. If, like, the camera is split in this for whatever reason, like, the basilisk, like, can't target the thing for some reason. I don't really know why that is. Oh. Yeah.
Fine. We're good. We're all fine here.
I guess Harry's animation's way longer there.
And easy. Order one.
Good thing we don't need to know that. I guess.
So, there's a trick that requires VSync off here in a second. So we're gonna turn that off while we have downtime there. Since you can skip a little bit of a puzzle to get up to where the basilisk is gonna be, but only if you have VSync off. Normally you're supposed to build this pipe thing on the left here, but and just upwarp through that. Only with VSync off. That'll be the end of this episode. Yes. Okay.
Oh my god.
So, I don't want to say this till after we got it, but that one there actually saves over 8 minutes, because not only does it skip a cutscene, but it skips an entire level. So, yeah, now we're in year 3, and we skipped the first level of year 3, because normally you're not supposed to be in the hub yet. What?
Don't shoot the troll, I guess.
Okay.
Hey,
that is an
okay,
animation
so-
I've never seen before.
Okay. Okay, so... Okay. I was very nervous about getting that trick. So, basically, if you do the frame-perfect cutscene skip on the last level of a year, it'll spit you back out in essentially year 0. You're not in a year, and nothing is active.
Oh,
For whatever reason, only in year 2, for some reason, it will the potions room is active, and so by entering that, what's known as a hard load, which means it's an entirely new scene.
Yeah.
It's an entirely new scene, so when you enter that, it essentially activates year 3. And the thing is like Chimkin mentioned earlier, is in every first level, it's essentially to get you back to Hogwarts. So you're already in Hogwarts, though, meaning you get to skip the entire first level. And it just so happens that that level that we skipped is the longest level in the game, I think.
Yeah.
So it saves, and that cutscene at the end of the year 2.6 is a minute long, so that saves around 8 minutes.
Yeah, and brand new skip that was just found 2 days ago, by the way.
Yes, it was just found, and it's a frame perfect one try, an hour and a half in the run. So,
Yep.
I was very nervous about getting that in this marathon. I really wanted to show it off. I'm very happy that I was able to get it.
So yeah, the frame perfect one try, or the frame perfect cutscene skips do save quite a bit of time, but a lot of the time save is just off of that skip right there.
Yes, the other ones maybe. I don't think any other one. Actually, the one in Crab and Goyle saves a minute, but all the other ones don't save very much after that.
Yeah.
My heart was racing there for a second. That's a very intense trick.
But we're chilling now, we're chilling.
Yeah, now the rest of the run, there's only a couple more, but they don't save that much.
And so yeah, we're in year 3 now. We skipped the whole sequence where we were on the Hogwarts Express heading to Hogwarts, because that's in the level that we skipped. So now we just have, we're straight into the lessons. So we learned Ridiculous and Divination there, and now we're going to go learn Buckbeak Handling. All 3 of these are not really used very much, but we gotta do it anyway.
Yes. Buckbeak Handling is actually never used again.
Yeah,
I don't really understand what you unlock from that. It like gives you an unlock, but I don't know what you're unlocking.
Do you think you need to have learned that in order to ride Buckbeak at the before 3.6?
You know, you might be right.
Because I know the Thestrals in 5 through 7, you actually need to learn that ability in order to ride them for like the entrance to one of the levels. You just switched on at some.
Yeah, I just realized that. But yeah, it's yeah, I that might be what it is actually. There's no way to skip the lesson, so I can't even like test. Maybe I could use cheat engine or something to skip around and see what happens. But yeah, it's yeah, it doesn't really do a good job of explaining what exactly you're unlocking. Unfortunate.
I don't know how that one worked. All right.
I am not going to lie. All of those were quote unquote blind because the game would lag hard right before I tried. That's okay.
I think our characters are backwards. You want to swap at the beginning, just that's the way we normally do.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll swap first. Alright, so this is actually one of the more complicated lessons in the game. In order to do Buckbeak, to tame Buckbeak, we need to get in 3 pieces of chicken. That's what Buckbeak likes to eat. One up top there. There's one far on the right and one far on the left. You can drop that like as soon as you get down.
Yeah.
I'll come get it. This is definitely one of the more convoluted lessons, especially in solo where you're doing this 1p2p. This is a pretty complicated one.
Yeah. I guess it's something we haven't really talked about, but LEGO games allow 1p2c basically unrestricted.
Yeah,
so
in the solo categories.
We're playing the game exactly how we would play it if we were just playing by ourselves. But obviously it is a lot easier co-op. But yeah. And here he will do another reset to skip that cutscene because I believe that's the last one where it saves into the cutscene.
Yeah.
It actually does that on divination as well. It's just not faster to reset there.
Yep, so at the end of every episode, except for episode 2 now, we don't do that anymore. And then on the 2 lessons. I think there's only 4 resets in the game now, but
Actually, and you can actually skip that one with one of the frame perfect pauses. It's just like really minor, and like if you miss them, obviously it loses time because you have to set it up. So it's just some of them is just not worth it to go for. Like there's one that I didn't go for in Dobby's plan because it saves like 5 seconds and you have to do the bridge thing again.
But I do believe, for the most part, the frame perfect skips are behind us, at least the important ones.
Yes. There is technically 3 more. 2 of them are very difficult because you have to do it while you're moving. Probably won't get those. There's only 1 more that's not that difficult.
I think so far you're 2 for 4 in this run.
Yes.
Gotten half of them.
Yes.
And the reason we can only do them on some levels has to do with the level ending either abruptly with a cut versus ending with like a fade to black. You can't do it on the ones that fade to black since that you lose control prior to being able to
So if you notice that like every single time we enter a new room, the game fades to black and there's a small load there, you can't pause it and loads, which is what stops it, because sometimes a cutscene will just instantly play and sometimes it will fade to a load and then play, which determines on whether or not you can get it.
This is a fun little platforming room.
Okay.
I'm all good. Yeah.
I don't think that platform clicked into place, but
Oh, I don't know about that actually. Pretty sure I made that jump, but alright.
yeah, that jump is weird because there's a slope sitting there. But yeah, this game has interesting edge jump mechanics. You can jump when you're like completely not on the platform anymore on a lot of these, which is kind of funny. Alternatively, you can do a distance Lumos jump, but it is a little bit slower, and you could argue harder because you can't do an edge jump and a Lumos jump. This is one of the harder Lumos jumps in the game. Probably the hardest one that's still in the game, actually. Because there is one in this level that's harder than that one, technically, but we skip it now.
Yeah, so we'll get to see some more transfiguration after this room. That first room has a lot of platforming, and we're gonna see some more skips. This is actually probably one of the biggest like movement skip heavy levels in the run. So Malfoy has a snowman over there, and if you go close to him, it'll play a cutscene of him enchanting the snowman to throw stuff at us. But fortunately, we can climb this wall and completely bypass needing to talk to Malfoy at all. And continuing on that theme, we now have a boss fight with Malfoy here, but once again, we can transfig up a wall and skip having to interact with Malfoy at all. And this one saves an ungodly amount of time because it skips
like almost 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, this boss fight is very excessive long.
Yeah, this is like probably the most interesting boss fight in the game by far.
He turns into like a tank or something.
Yeah, he like shoots like massive snowballs at you. Like you have to get rid of these 4 hearts, and then he like builds that into like a tank and shoots like it's such a weird boss fight, and there's nothing else like it in the game. Even the final fight against Voldemort is nothing like that.
And
but they made Malfoy just like that for some reason.
And to top it all off, at the end of the boss fight, there's also a cutscene that normally plays, but we skip that as well.
Yes. I guess this would actually be a little bit easier because you can just run and I can do the thing.
Okay.
I don't have to move while trying to do it.
Nice.
Okay, that's my first time getting that one.
So now we're going back to...
Going to the...
I've never done this hub movement before.
Yeah, that's not a hub movement you'll ever see. it's a new one for sure. That's why these don't save as much time as just like the flat out time of the cutscene, because you also have to add in the extra hub movement. In some places the hub movement ends up being faster, but this is one of them that is slower.
I guess we can do that on this one as well. I can do the movement, you can pause.
Yeah.
I guess these are a little bit easier in co-op then, because you don't have to do pause buffering while also moving.
Yes.
So now we have the Marauders map. I guess that happened before the last level, but we're trying to find Peter Pettigrew, I think.
Well, I think what happens is we're looking at the map and we see Peter and we're like, well, who's that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we go chase him down. I don't remember this in the actual book or movie, but...
This
like
is
this
another level where if we had transfiguration, it would save a lot of time, but unfortunately it doesn't work.
Yes, there is another way to skip this room, but I think I've pulled it off 2 times ever. It's not like it's hard. I believe it. So this isn't really explored all that much, but I think it has to do with like subpixels. Like you need a pixel to be there, and it's not always there, and I don't know why. I don't really fully understand it yet. Maybe someone will one day figure it out, but...
So yeah, if we did have transfiguration, we could skip this whole room and not have to worry about that potion, but we don't have it, so...
Yes. And if Ron had his pet here, we could skip this whole what we're about to do.
Yeah.
It'd be really nice if we could just do a pet recall here.
The whole plot of this is don't have the pet because we're chasing after Pettigrew.
Okay.
Not
I
gonna
don't know
work.
if it's gonna work. I have no idea.
Oh. Yeah. So, if you get Filch far enough to the left, and then run far enough to the right, quickly enough, it just despawns him, and you completely skip needing to make this invisibility potion that you otherwise are supposed to use, which is really convenient, but it is kind of precise on how far you need to get him to move. Alright. Didn't quite hit that one, but that's alright. That one doesn't save too much.
Doesn't save very much, yeah.
So is there 9 in the run now, or is it less than that?
Let me think. So it's 1, 4, 2, 2, 2, 3, Myrtle. 2, 6, 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. There's 8. There's technically 10, but 2 of them are not faster. 3, 4 might be faster, but it needs to be timed because there's like another minute of extra movement.
So part of the plot that we missed earlier of the Lego Harry Potter game was that during the Ridiculous lesson, Harry got, like, locked outside by Malfoy, so he never learned Ridiculous. So now, of course, we're going to go learn Expecto Patronum, which is his variant of Ridiculous, at least in this game. It solves puzzles the same way.
He just never gets to spell for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. There's no reason, like, there's no functional use to Ridiculous in this game for Harry.
Yes, because his Boggarts are just Dementors anyway, so...
Yeah.
It's kind of a convoluted room. There's a lot of stuff you have to break open. So weird. You targeted nothing on the floor. I shot the book and you still.
Huh.
Harry just targeted nothing.
Funny little game. Now we have Expecto Patronum. We're actually, that's almost the last lesson of this 1 through 4. We have
there's
9 more levels. We only have 2 more lessons in the rest of the run. Since the lessons are kind of front-loaded in the game, there's a lot less in year 4 than there are in the earlier years.
Yes, there's only... one of them is kind of a joke. And then the other one is, yeah, the convoluted pin.
Nice little skip there. Pretty clean.
Yeah.
That's a really fun warp to do, and it, like I said earlier, it does save quite a bit of time. It's like 15 seconds every time you do it, or something like that.
Yeah, and yeah, we could do it in more places if we did a harder version of it, but it's a lot harder without doing a human warp.
Yeah. Since basically the default location for that room is out of bounds, so when player 2 spawns, you need to move and get a jump on the collision of the wall before you fall too far, fall out of bounds. So you can just warp the pet and do that, but you fall a lot more as the pet, so you need to land in the very thin wall and stop moving and then jump up it like the Transfiguration does. And I guess I should stop talking about that, because we need to talk about the skip that's coming up in this room.
Oh yeah, frick, oh crap.
Okay. So, this is a Angry Tree Skip, as it's been called, because the person that found it didn't know what the name of this skip, the tree was. So, we refer to it as Angry Tree Skip, obviously, to skip the Whomping Willow boss fight. So, we're gonna transfig up this wall here to get out of bounds. And we're gonna do another pet recall, but we need to position, because the trigger in this room is in the floor, we need to position Hermione under the floor and then get the pet back in bounds above the floor. So, Tfresh is going to go jump under the ground and land in the collision of the wall that's under the floor. And try and stand on that. And then put down his pet. And then the pet jumps back in bounds up the wall. And then is able to recall through there. Which is pretty convoluted, but it saves a lot of time. This is important.
The first time you've missed that.
Yeah. I've not missed that in a while. Unfortunately, if you miss that jump, you need to make that jump with both players, and if you miss it, you have to do this. There's no way back up here. That's alright. Okay. Probably we're about to soft lock there. Get, like, stuck in the wall or something.
Yeah, let's just say the game is not too forgiving with just minor little things like that.
Yeah, sometimes you can just get rammed into a wall.
Oh, okay.
How did we... Interesting. Probably could have landed on that cycle. Another interesting Transfiguration skip. Like I mentioned, the hitbox changes when you turn into an animal, and you can wedge yourself under those vines there, and then when you turn back in, you clip into them and skip having to clear the other 2 vines.
Yes, that skip was actually known about way before anything else was known about with Transfiguration. There's actually another use of that in 3.1, but we don't play the level anymore.
Alright, well that's all. This level's pretty complicated in the first 2 rooms, but the 2 rooms after the first 2 rooms are very easy. It's just kind of spamming shots at pieces of furniture to make Peter Pettigrew come out of them.
Yes. This level is kind of interesting in that it has the hardest room in the game, and then right after that has the second hardest room in the game. Oh. And then it has this room.
Yep, which is basically just an auto-scroller.
And the last room was kind of difficult.
Classic moment from the movie when Lupin and Sirius made a mousetrap to catch Peter Pettigrew. It's my favorite part of the movie, honestly.
Gives him a photograph, and then just moves the photograph so we can see everything better, I guess.
Yeah. This is some nice little visual storytelling. You gotta give Lego props.
And now they're mad at Peter Pettigrew.
Yeah. Well, they understand now. They have the whole story.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that Lumos jump in this room on your delay? We can just do the easier one.
I'll drop out and then drop back in and go for it. You just switch to Hermione.
Okay, that works. Yep, and I'll do the other thing.
The delay is quite bad today.
Okay, yeah. Yep, that sounds good. So, Tfresh gonna go for a kind of tricky. Yep, I'm gonna do the backup while he does that.
Yeah.
Wasn't gonna happen.
I didn't land on the thing once.
But that's alright, that doesn't save that much time, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, Lumos jump I did does skip, like, a lot of puzzle, though, because the intended thing to do to get up that little ledge where the ladder guys are is to, like, build a strength potion or something.
Yeah.
Fortunately, getting up there is pretty easy, though.
Kind of funny how they made every ledge just small enough.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of places, like, where your Lumos jump can just make it. It's just kind of funny why those ledges are... Like, that's why some people joke around that, like, Lego games are an inside job, because it seems to be the common theme all over the place, where you can just barely do skips everywhere.
I'm not complaining. It makes these games a lot faster.
Yes, it does. And more interesting. Ron is wounded from Sirius.
Yep.
He walks very slowly.
So glad they put that, they spent the time to make that wounded Ron animation for like 5 seconds of gameplay.
Well, if you do the cutscene skip in 3-4, you actually have to do like a full minute of movement with Ron.
Yes.
Which is the reason why it's not fast.
Yep, because you spawn all the way back at Hagrid's hut.
Yes.
So now we're, of course, traveling back in time with the Time Turner. That will take us, replaying the level we just played, but from a different perspective. It's kind of cool. This level is noticeably easier than the previous level, execution-wise.
Yes.
There's a lot less tricks in this one. There's only a couple of things, and they're relatively simple. Did you get that first again?
Yes, I've done it every time.
I guess I'm just going slow. So in order to free Buckbeak, we need to feed him fish and chicken, so he breaks everything that reveals this very conveniently placed axe.
Mine is a lot smarter than Harry, clearly.
Another cool transfiguration skip coming up in this next room. What's interesting is it's actually using like the same room here that was in the Buckbeak lesson. There's different things in the room, but like it's the same structure, level design.
Yes, I'm not really sure why they did that, but yeah, it's just like more or less the same room they just used again.
Yeah. Skip this whole puzzle involving a lake that I have not done in like over a year. Get up here.
I don't even remember how to do it.
Yeah, I also don't remember what the casual thing is.
I think you have to go get the rain clouds to make water so you can jump up here or something.
Yeah, there's like a lily pad or something.
Yeah.
Remembering the casual way to play the level is difficult.
Oh, I guess that's another room where you can get the student in peril without losing time. Just chilling on the left.
Oh yeah, isn't he like stuck in like a beehive or something?
Yeah, so you have to go kill like 3 bees and then he's saved.
That room does not have a lot of stuff that player 2 can do, while player 1 is doing stuff.
It's kind of funny how every other character other than Harry, Hermione, and Ron are just like completely helpless in this game. Like you're a first and second year and you're saving people.
I don't know if I actually landed a hit on one of the Dementors there.
You shot one and you should have. We'll find out. So those Dementors in the... Oh.
Did hit him.
Yeah, you did. So those Dementors are actually like always hittable, even though they're back there. They just won't be hit. They actually won't explode until they get to like that point where that second Dementor exploded. I don't really know why, but yeah.
It is cool though. You can hit some early. You can probably get 2 of them early.
Yeah, yeah. I believe Ross once got all 3 of them early and just like instantly ended the level.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he waited.
Gotcha. Okay. So we're now almost done with this movie. This last level, I don't really think... I think a lot of this is not really in the story. This is just kind of made up.
They kind of just get on Buckbeak and go use Reducto or whatever on the lock to free him, which is kind of funny because there's a big old lock that you can use Reducto in this boss fight that does nothing. And you don't have Reducto yet.
Yeah.
So I don't really. It's kind of like they hinted, like they knew that that's what you're supposed to do, but they don't. You don't actually have to do that.
Yeah. So how did that happen again?
I don't know. Oh. So, for those of you who have played this game casually, I am certain a lot of you are going to remember having a lot of issues getting past a certain section. A certain section of this level. If you play at max graphics, the game does not crash. Because I know there's a lighting issue here where when you use these flames, the game likes to crash, but playing on max graphics, for whatever reason, fixes that issue.
This pixie above me just like doesn't do anything. I don't know what
I don't really know why it's there. I don't know
Yeah.
if you're supposed to. I don't even know if you can hit it, actually.
I think it's supposed to aggro on you, but I don't know what its deal is. It just doesn't do anything. This is a super convoluted room to do 1v2c. If you're playing in solo, it's quite a bit easier in co-op, but still is pretty complicated.
You notice I kind of moved over to the left there, and that was because these Dementors will spawn if you don't do that for some reason.
Yeah, but fortunately they just straight up don't spawn if you just move to the left.
Yeah, yeah. Harry Potter things, I guess. Okay, time for plunger strats.
Oh yeah, there's a new strat in this boss fight. This is a pretty straightforward boss fight casually, but is a strategy where you can move the plunger towards him. It saves a little bit of time. Hard to do it fast on that first one, but hopefully we'll see a bit more on the second one. Oh yeah, you got a good start there.
It's really hard because this level also just has like the ice rink mechanic in the whole boss fight.
You can see, we got the plunger like all the way by Harry. There, he's like right behind me. Just hits him like instantly.
Yeah, which normally there's like a little cutscene thing that plays where he has a plunger stuck to his face. But if you have it hit him like instantly before he even fully starts his like, I don't really want to say sucking animation, but that's what it is, I guess. The plunger stuff.
Little thing that's happening here. Okay. Go. It's a strange
yeah.
pathing of the AI there.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
Yeah, I think it's a little too far away. Oh.
Oh, nope, it's okay. Yeah. And that saves a lot of time to get it on those last two because that plunger animation is like 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
You just completely skip it.
Actually, a very complicated boss fight now. It used to be like really straightforward, but
Yeah, it's really hard to do by yourself.
yeah.
But co-op, it's not that bad.
Now we will again restart the game to skip the end cutscene, and we'll be on to year 4. First level of year 4 actually has a pretty interesting skip in it that we'll get into once we get there. But of course, first we have an absurdly long cutscene we have to sit through, as normal, with the beginning of these episodes. Since this covers like 30 minutes of the movie and like a 3-minute cutscene.
Yes. So here we have the... Supposed to be a caretaker, but I think he's a milkman in this game. It's supposed to be... Yeah, he's a milkman. But it's supposed to be... Is his name Fred? Frank, I think, actually. I think his name is Frank in the movies, but he's like the caretaker of the Riddle's mansion, and he comes to investigate because he thinks there's teenagers playing pranks. But in this game, it's a milkman.
Curious, I guess.
Yeah.
He still does get murdered though, which is crazy for a Lego game. They tend to not murder characters, but oh, he definitely gets murdered in this one.
Yeah. I think the milk is yeah. It's not. It doesn't even. It's Frank Bryce. Okay. Yeah, I actually think the milkman is a joke because I don't know if you guys remember, but in the I think only in the book it talks about him milking Nagini, Peter, and then like feeding Voldemort. So I think that's like referencing that. I guess I really don't know. But yeah, it's definitely just an interesting cutscene.
That's some deep lore I did not have access to, so thank you for shedding that light on me. I did not know about that. I read these books like 15 years ago.
Yeah, let's just say I am very, I'm a pretty big Harry Potter nerd, and I have all the books right next to me on my bookshelf. Even wearing a Ravenclaw hoodie right now.
That's crazy.
Put it on just for the room.
Alright, we're about to enter gameplay. Since the gameplay starts after the Death Eaters have already sacked the Triwizard, or the Quidditch World Cup. We have to go rescue our friends from them.
Yes, we have to go save them all. With Ginny and Hermione, because I guess they couldn't think of anything to do with this game, or this level.
Oh, most of these are very fast to rescue, as it turns out. They're just kind of sitting around. Is a puzzle you're supposed to do here, where you can almost jump over it. That's everyone already in this room. Super fast room.
Where's Harry at?
Yeah, except Harry. He's not in here. We're supposed to rescue Harry in the next room, but instead, we're gonna do a person warp to get out of bounds. To get Hermione out of bounds. And then she's going to walk to the end of the room. And instead of doing the intended boss fight and all the puzzles in this room, we're just gonna hit an out of bounds trigger that teleports us back to the hub. Which skips a lot of gameplay and also 2 cutscenes. So, Hermione's out of bounds. And this whole room is super long and convoluted. And there's a cutscene.
The really like weird thing about that person warp is it doesn't work unless you're player 2.
Yeah.
Which is really odd.
This is actually such a nice skip too. Because like I said, 2 cutscenes, boss fight, and a whole room of puzzles. It probably saves over 2 minutes. And the boss fight is really slow and dumb.
The thing about that trigger is it's actually kind of hard to hit. It's out of bounds. I believe it's only a half unit wide, right? That one is? I don't know about that one. That trigger right there. I know it can only be hit from one direction, but I don't remember if that one's only a half unit wide.
I don't know.
I don't know. I remember I used to have a lot of issues hitting it when it was first found. It's kind of difficult, but yeah, those triggers there's more in the game. They're just not really able to be hit very easily.
Yeah. A lot of rooms that don't end naturally on hitting a door have an out-of-bounds door somewhere, but most of the time they're either far away or they're really high in the sky, or hitting them doesn't work for some reason. But that one does work. And it's another example of one that you can, like, just barely hit.
Yes.
Like, it's just close enough to be a difficult trick that you can still do. We're now on to the second to last potion of the run. Or, sorry, lesson. It is a potion. The last potion, I should say. Second to last lesson. And this is the very convoluted potion that we'll be doing here. Aging potion.
This one you need to know your colors. It's very important.
Yeah, there is a color minigame, because LEGO games do love the color mini
I
games.
believe the first appearance of the color mini games was in Lego Star Wars 1.
Yep. There's a mini kit in one of the levels that you need to match colors.
Funny is that Lego Star Wars 1 runners are actually famous for failing that mini
Yep,
game quite
I
often.
remember that. That's funny.
Okay. Yeah, and this room is not split screen. So if your character gets too far, oops. Okay. If your character gets too far off screen, they will actually just drop out and re-drop in as nothing. And if you pause, you cannot unpause. And your game is hard locked.
Very cool.
Yes. It can also happen in another place in the run that you will see that we will just not have 2 players in that portion because it's so common.
Unfortunately, making colors is actually like incredibly painstakingly slow. All these
Yes.
animations is just like, oh
It
boy,
would
they
be-
take forever.
It would be very nice if you could just like double target them. Like that would save a lot of time, but the game doesn't want you to beat anything up.
And alas, we finally have last ingredient to the aging potion. A potion we will never use again in this run.
Yes. Even in 100% you don't use it.
Yep.
Because you can get a beard without using it.
Yeah, because any old character naturally has the aging effect. And also there's a glitch where you can get a beard on a character that is not old without using the potion as well, which is kind of funny.
Yes. What's really funny to me is that the potion in the movie does not give you a beard. It's the ward that Dumbledore put around the Goblet of Fire, which is what gives them the beard because they tried to cheat it. But for some reason, the game just decided that was more funny. So,
Yeah.
the potion gives you a beard.
A little quirk of this episode, I think they were running out of ideas on what to do content-wise. There's a couple of points where it just has you run across the castle just to trigger a cutscene that forces you to watch, and then it makes you run back away to another part of the castle.
Yes.
So this is
4
one of
4
those.
is a prime example of that one.
Yeah, 4-4
I think
is
it's like
is
2
great.
minutes of running around the castle just to finally go to the full level.
This is where they're announcing the Tri-Wizard tournament, of course.
Dumbledore is shocked.
Harry's also shocked.
Everyone's whispering. It's kind of funny how they're all just... They can't talk, but they're all whispering.
Now Hagrid is going to help us cheat the tournament.
He's also going to help, Olymp, I think her name is. Or Madame Maxime, whatever you want to call her.
This is a pretty broken level as well. This is probably my favorite level in the game.
Yes, this is my favorite level in the game too. It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see anything. Okay.
I don't think it's... Oh, okay. That is the...
That is what we were talking about with
Yeah.
the pet warp.
So this level has a lot of platforming. You're supposed to go through this long path of following a dragon, but as it turns out, the portion of the level that's like right at the end of room 1 and the portion that's right at the beginning are actually pretty close to each other. So you can get on top of this wall here at the beginning, and you're able to sequence break this level and get to the end here. Problems doing this. Okay, yep. Oh, I thought I died.
I thought you popped. Okay. A lot of stuff I thought happened there. Okay, let's see if we can get this one. Okay, he skipped all the dragons. So basically, like he was saying before, you're supposed to go on this long path, and if you can see, there's a green dragon back there. So you're supposed to go around the red dragon, go back, play a xylophone for the green dragon. And there's more puzzles back there to like actually get to where the green dragon is. And you're supposed to come back around, put some fire out, then build some stairs to go up and go do the blue dragon. And with the blue dragon, you gotta get him to destroy his chains with some rings, and then after all of that, you will get to go to where we just walked through.
Yeah, that's probably one of the longest rooms in the game casually.
Yes,
But
it
fortunately,
is
we don't
incredibly
do
long.
anything. And if you've been counting, this is usage of the invisibility cloak #1 in the run. And it is the only one, in fact.
And you can actually skip it.
Yeah, there's like a
Kind of funny. There's a really dumb, like a pixel climb in this room.
like a
that you
task
can-
strat in this room.
Yeah, it saves like 15 seconds, but one person's ever pulled it off ever. So
I think it was segmented to pull it off.
I
I could be wrong. I don't.
I'm pretty sure Razmi did it just
Okay.
like normally.
Okay.
Because there's not really a way to segment. They're on PC.
That's true.
And Brickbench was not a thing back then.
That's right. I'm probably wrong. But yeah, level's pretty cool. You skip almost everything. A lot of cool platforming. Fun little level.
Yes. Definitely one of the best levels in the game. Also very punishing, because if you miss that first jump, you basically just have to restart the level.
Yeah.
But
You
yeah.
end up getting like soft locked.
And if you jump too far forward on that one too, then you'll just instantly fall down then you can't skip the blue dragon. There's a lot of ways to miss the blue dragon skip too. That one's a lot harder than the other one. But luckily that only loses like 20 seconds.
Yeah. And
Now
fortunately,
we're heading to the last lesson.
yep, this is the last lesson. It's a very short one. You have to learn the spell Reducto, which is really not used that much run, but
It has one use? Just to open the Black Lake?
yeah, is that the only one that we actually use?
No, and the girls' bathrooms actually. You don't.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You can skip that on the collection, but you can't skip it on this one.
So this is a very, very simple lesson with Reducto here. Basically, I think Neville causes the problem here.
Is it Ron again? Yeah, no, it's Ron again.
Oh, it's Ron, okay.
It's always Ron, actually.
It is always Ron. He accidentally knocks these heavy things onto the students.
Kind of funny, we're in this lesson with Ravenclaws instead of Slytherins, like in the movie. Wait, that's not...
So you just have to run around and shoot these things off of the students, and as soon as you do that, that's the whole lesson. Very simple, straightforward one there.
It's actually kind of funny, ever since LEGO Star Wars 2, LEGO, or TT Games has liked having silver objects that you have to blow up in every game. So they, of course, had to put something in this game so you can blow stuff up. They're a very big fan of that in their games.
Yeah. In later games, they started adding gold objects that you like a
Fast
heat.
shooting
Yeah,
character,
or like a
or
laser
heat,
or something.
Yeah. Like, I think in LB2 it's like Superman has to use his heat vision or whatever.
Okay. Got that again. Alright, this is another very broken level. It's only 2 rooms. The second room is like an auto-scroller, but the first room has a ton of platforming skips in it.
Yes.
Oh, we're
This
gonna see.
level is has my favorite skip in the game, Loopy skip.
Yes, this is Loopy Skip. It was found by a guy named Loopy, so we call it Loopy Skip. Oh,
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
that might be the fastest Loopy skip I've seen in like a year.
that's not easy. Oh, of course.
Well, I wouldn't say the trick is exactly
What?
a lot of skill.
What? Okay.
This skip. Let's just say that it might more or less be jump at the wall until you make it up. There's kind of a camera setup which we kind of did, but he got it really fast, so it didn't actually matter. But yeah,
Yeah.
the skip is yeah, it's more or less jump at the wall until you make it up. It's kind of unfortunate. This is
Yeah.
the section in the game where it is incredibly easy to hardlock, so I'm just not going to drop in.
Yeah. Any room that like restricts your ability to use split screen, if a character gets like forced off camera, it can cause bad things to happen. It's actually happened in one of our practice runs earlier this week because we were trying to do 2-player here, and it was not a good thing. We had to play the rest of the run on hard-locked input devices, which resets you to like the default keyboard binds.
Yeah.
Not great. I couldn't use the shoot button for the rest of the run. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. We lost like 2 minutes in the last 2 levels
Yep.
because of that. It was very cool. It was
We're
kind of
gonna-
like playing with Flyer, because if he accidentally hit the shoot button by accident, it would have paused and then we would have just been done.
Yep. Funny little game.
Yeah.
Sometimes Harry gets killed by the dragon and then respawns in front of you. We're gonna see if we can get that to happen.
That's actually what causes the hard lock, is player 2, if the other player dies, then they get respawned and they just instantly hard lock. Not really sure why. This game is weird with like how the respawn points work in this section. You can save so much time if Harry does stuff like that and gives you a good respawn.
He's
Didn't get a
not
good respawn.
giving me a good one yet. Respawning behind me.
If he dies in this section right here, he can actually respawn all the way behind the transition for the cutscene, which saves a lot of time, but it's very, very rare. It's a lot easier to do in free play.
Alright, so we have just 3 levels left here. 2 of them are going to be the tasks, second and third task, because that was the first task, obviously, of the Triwizard Tournament. But we have a bit of a filler gameplay before them, because, you know, they need their 6 levels per episode, and other than the dragons and the Quidditch World Cup and the 3 tasks, they didn't really know what to do with this last level. So we're just gonna go have fun in the bathroom playing with eggs, I guess. Because that's what this level is.
It's definitely an interesting level.
Yep. First, of course, we have to get through 2 minutes of running through the castle, watching cutscenes.
Yes, we have to go all the way outside, so that Cedric can tell us to go use the bathroom, and then we run all the way to the bathroom.
Yep. Very interesting game design here. I mean, I guess this is where they talked about it in the movie, right? They were on the bridge.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, the bridge changes throughout the movies. I don't know if you noticed. But yeah, they were on what would be that bridge, I guess. Yeah, the bridge they blow up in the last movie is different from the bridge in the earlier movies for some reason. Just to add I don't know what the word is. To add more explosion, I guess.
So we'll go back up here to the bathrooms once again. Since, Prefect bathroom is also up here. Of course, it's blocked by this reducto wall. And since it's just Harry in here, and we of course need 2 players, they're going to give us Moaning Myrtle as our player 2.
Yes, and the best part is that Myrtle can use her wand.
Yeah.
And she's... Yeah, so...
Very useful, since she's able to do half of the puzzles in the room since she has a wand, even though she's dead.
Apparently she can switch her clothes with relative ease, I guess.
Yeah, and
make clones of herself.
Myrtle wearing a bathing outfit is actually an unlockable character in this game as well.
Yeah, because that was necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they just already put it in the cutscene, might as well make it a character as well.
I guess so, it's just a free another character. Oh.
That one.
I may have let go of the button a little bit earlier than I should have. Should grab that one.
That's alright.
Doesn't lose that much.
Now we're gonna go underneath the bathroom to the second part of the bathroom. For some reason.
Yeah. Because there's a secret entrance into the bathtub portion of the bathroom, but oh no! The bathtub doesn't work.
I hate it when my underground bathtub does not work.
So apparently the mermaid will make it work though.
Yeah. We're gonna clean off the painting so that the mermaid can help us make the bathtub work, but oh no, all the water fell out of the painting.
Now she can't
mad.
breathe.
Gonna
Now
throw
she's mad
lobsters
about
at
it.
us.
Now she's gonna throw a train at us. But the train has a rain cloud in it for some reason.
Yeah, that's how
Now we'll
rain works.
now we'll get rid of the rain cloud.
Very interesting level we have here.
Now she can breathe again. Sitting above the water.
Oops.
It's kind of funny how she is definitely still sitting above the water.
Yeah, but she's got water.
Yeah, yes.
Nice.
Kind of wish I didn't get that one. That cutscene's pretty funny. We'll see. Nick and Hermione do some weird stuff. We're going to Black Lake.
That's right.
Yeah, Nick could just kind of like jump straight down because he's confused because we're not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
kind of,
the staircase isn't
funny.
built.
Yeah, well, normally he just like still makes the trail for the staircase on the way to 2-5 when you do the same movement there. But he's not supposed to do that movement there, so he gets confused. And just jumps straight down for some reason.
Now we get to play the only water level in the game, since we are going to the Black Lake. And, water is also... Oh, that's not a button. Water's also kind of broken in this game.
I don't know how that worked.
Usually I'm the one that makes that jump.
Yeah, with the input delay it's a little harder, and I mean, yeah, I could not see what I was doing when I
Well, you got
jumped,
it.
but yeah, I did get it.
Alright, so in this level, if you can get yourself against a sloped surface and repeatedly shoot that character, you can force them out of bounds. And that's really broken, because we can use it to skip the first 2 rooms basically entirely.
Yes, they didn't really think it through when they made a water level, I guess.
I hear games in general sometimes have issues with water levels.
You know, what's kind of funny is a lot of people don't like water levels. They keep putting them in games. It's kind of funny.
There's a water
Yeah,
level in 5 through 7 as well. I'm now out of bounds.
The one in 5 through 7 is what, 7-3 Sword and Locket, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is an interesting one.
So I got pushed to the foreground there, and then I was able to jump into the water's collision out of bounds, and now I can just swim under the map until I hit the door to the next room. Coming up in a moment.
In this game, for some reason, the door goes all the way down to the. It just like infinitely goes down. I don't think you have to be very high to hit it. This room is not the same. You actually do have to be at a decent height to be able to hit it, but.
And yeah, so we skipped the first 2 rooms basically entirely. And we are now onto the last room where we get to rescue various students. Oh. So got 3 anchors we need to free here. Once we do that, shoot. Various I'm not gonna put it off, but luckily you can Alright, and once we rescue the last student there, that will be end of level. You definitely did hit that one. Guess not, though. Okay. I could have sworn you targeted that one.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I believe this should be a sub 230 loadless, which will be the first time that has ever happened in the co-op.
Well, it would have been, but the load remover stopped working like a third of the way through the run.
Oh, well, okay.
I think it's because I have the other game open.
Yeah, that might be why. That's okay.
Yeah, so it just only timed out about 3 minutes of loads, where it normally times out like 10.
Yeah.
That's fine. This might actually be record even without.
Yeah, I think record's at 36.
Yeah. It was not going to be. We're not going to beat RTA, but
Really cool. Oh, I'm not on the right spell.
How long is this split normally?
4 minutes. Oh, I guess. Huh, I guess the Bloody Baron wanted, or not the Bloody Baron, but
That's Professor
Binns
Binns, I
wanted to
believe.
spawn. Yeah.
He just spawns in sometimes there.
Don't know why. I think you're supposed to like move the candle.
Yeah,
or something. Get him to spawn in. I don't actually remember.
Can't remember. It's been a while since I looked at Hundo in this game.
Yeah, I think, and normally in Hundo he just kind of spawns there most of the time, which is cool, I guess.
So on to the final level here. You're facing the wrong direction. My bad.
Okay,
Well, I was not able to help you very much there. Sorry.
all good.
This is actually a pretty straightforward level, even casually. Not really that much we need to do. There is a skip, though. And it's cool because it's actually something that's not in the movies that we're skipping. One of the few times this actually pulls something from the books.
Yeah.
Sphinx here is in the books. But, of course, we're gonna skip that since it does not have collision on its top. And we can skip the whole riddle of the Sphinx.
Yeah, actually what's kind of funny is if you've ever seen Super Mario Odyssey speedruns, they get on top of the Sphinx and clip through the back as well. In Sand Kingdom. Kind of like the same thing. Yeah, here's the final portion of this this level. Of course, Voldemort has glasses when he comes up because he has Harry's blood.
Yeah.
So.
Classic.
Yeah.
And this is a pretty uneventful final sequence here. Not a very exciting one, honestly. For a final boss fight, you just spend 30 seconds clearing Death Eaters, and then he comes down, and you shoot at him. Do that 3 times. And that's the end of the speed run. And now we'll be on to the next game.
Okay, so this game, while the last game didn't have very many sequence breaks, this game is quite the opposite.
Yeah. It's actually really cool how different the two games are as far as tech goes. Basically, none of the tech in the first game is in this game, and vice versa. It's like completely different.
It's totally different. The whole, like, even the buttons to, like, use spells is totally different. Like, everything about the game, while it looks the same, is very different. And then, of course, you will find out that the game is a little more broken. Okay.
So, if the game looks a bit choppy, we're actually starting the run on 30 FPS, because it saves time in a couple of places. If there's some screen tearing issues, I do apologize. But it is fast.
Dropping out on 30 FPS is really fun.
Yeah, 30 FPS likes to drop inputs for your dropouts. So yeah, this first level, pretty straightforward, much like the first level in the other game. We don't have abilities really yet, we can't do too much. However, we can skip this room, because there's just a trigger at the back of the room that ends it, so we don't need to fight any of the Dementors, which is pretty convenient. You are going to notice that we're not going to go for 0 studs in this game, and for starters, we really can't. There's like no way to die in this level, so even if we wanted to, we couldn't. And also, we want to buy something pretty early on that costs like 110,000 studs. So we're going to use this level to accumulate most of those studs, so we can buy the Glacius spell as early as possible. Since Glacius is very broken in this game.
Yeah.
So, fortunately, I guess, there's an auto-scroller in this first level that allows you to get a ton of studs. One of the few times I'm actually kind of happy that that an auto-scroller exists, just because it makes the stud route a lot easier. Since we're able to get studs here. There's a ton of blue and purple studs, which are worth 1,000 and 10,000 respectively. Really a ton of studs. So, a couple things while we're just sitting in an auto-scroll. A couple things about the route in this run. The way that the hub works in this game, each room has a couple different versions in the code, basically. So it's a different version depending on what year you're in. And it basically just affects, like, what the room looks like, and some things that spawn in the room. Like, for instance, Year 7 Part 1, it's, like, raining everywhere. In Year 7 Part 2, since there's the Battle of Hogwarts is going on, there's a lot of, like, damage to the walls. It just affects it mostly on an aesthetic level, but, that's actually really important, but because a lot of rooms have different versions depending on the year, some rooms actually only have versions for the later years. Like, rooms that you're not supposed to be able to access in Year 5 don't have a Year 5 variant. So if you're able to get in to the Year 5 rooms early, it actually just sets the year flag in the code to a different year. So you're able to skip between years in a way if you can get to... Where am I? Okay. If you can get to certain areas of the hub early, which is really broken, since that allows us to bypass big chunks of the game. And you might notice there, during camera pans in this game, if you drop in player 2, like right when they start, you can actually skip them. Another piece of tech that's not in the previous game that's really broken.
You're gonna notice that a lot where
Yeah.
we're dropping out just to drop back in to skip their camera pan.
There's a ton of camera pans in this game, and it saves a lot of time to be able to skip them.
Yes, it's kind of just like a thing in all games in this era, I should say. So like this game, Lego Star Wars 3, and Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I think that's the only 3 games it's in there.
I think, yeah. But there tends to be tech that, like, carries over on games that came around the same time. And that's an example of something that does that.
Yeah, because the games kind of run on, like, they all kind of run on different engines, but they'll reuse the same engine for a couple of games. So,
Yeah.
like, for example, 1 through 4 and LIJ2 are on the same engine, so that frame-perfect cutscene skip works in both games. But it's weird because they're on the same engine. You also can't open them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it's like, what is it with? Is this like a black screen or something when you open the other one or something like that?
For 1 through 4 and LIJ2, it, like, the game, like, freezes during the cutscene for, like, a minute.
Yeah, there's like no cutscene files or something. It's like really weird.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
they share files or something.
Yeah.
The reason we wanted to start the run on 30 FPS, by the way, is because fixing is a lot faster on 30 versus desync off, which is what we're going to play the rest of the run on.
Also, the placing the like.
Oh yeah, some physics objects are a lot easier to place without desync off. So because there's enough of fixing and placing physics objects in this first level, it saves time to start with that turned to 30 FPS. But we'll switch off that at the end of the level. Unfortunately, because we have all this downtime, and there's also we have a ton of downtime here, and there's also a ton of studs collected. Since we're waiting for the cutscene that we just skipped to wrap up, since the cutscene is still resolving, we just have troll during it, basically. Another side effect of having VSync off, because we're able to because we're able to gain control there, it's possible to hit that cycle slightly early. I think there was a small input dropping issue there, unfortunately. But now we'll turn VSync off and the game will look, hopefully, a lot smoother. Alright. So like I said, this game is pretty broken with its sequence breaks. So we probably got about 90,000 studs there. We have one lesson to play, and then after that we unlock the ability to purchase spells, and we'll be able to buy Glacius. And by then we'll have enough studs for it. And Glacius, of course, is the freeze spell, and in this game, you can kind of get suspended in the freezing animation, and it causes you to vibrate back and forth pretty rapidly, and doing so allows you to clip through walls in some places. So because we're able to do that, we're able to get into areas of the hub we otherwise couldn't early, which allows us to jump between years in a way that we're not supposed to. Which is very broken, as it turns out. Because being able to jump between years means that we can skip the back half of a year. So basically, the goal of the category is to beat the last level of Year 7 Part 2. And because we can get to Year 7 Part 2 early, we don't really need to play a lot of the game before that. We can't skip around within Year 7 Part 2, so we have to play the entirety of Year 7 Part 2. But we don't need to play the entirety of any of the other 3 episodes. And you might ask, why would we even bother playing any of the other episodes? And the reason for that is, it doesn't automatically unlock any abilities you'd unlock during the story. So you need to play through the other episodes long enough to be able to unlock every ability. Which means that we need to play far enough in to unlock all the abilities we need, which I think there's 7 of them. There's Findo, Augmente, Reducto, the Deluminator, Apparition, Hermione's Bag, and the Weasley Boxes. Those are the 7 abilities we need in order to beat Year 7 Part 2. So those are all unlocked in the first 3 episodes. So we're gonna jump around those episodes as fast as possible way that we can in order to unlock all of those. And then we are going to go run to Year 7 Part 2. Or we're not just going to play Year 5, then Year 6, then Year 7 Part 1, because that's not the fastest thing to do. We're going to play them a little bit out of order. We are going to start in Year 5 here, though, but after we get Glacius, that opens up a lot of opportunity for sequence breaking. Alright, I think I said my bit about how the route works there.
It's gonna get really confusing once we cutscene was shorter than render. It's gonna get really confusing once we actually purchase the Glacius spell, because things are gonna start getting wonky.
Yeah. So I mentioned that. Actually, I don't know if I have mentioned this. For the most part, within an episode, you can't play things out of order. There's a couple of exceptions to that, though. You can play Aguamente and Weasley Boxes early. So we're going to do both of those far earlier than we're supposed to, just because that enables a... Oh. Okay. That's
I've
interesting.
never done that before.
I did not know you could do that. Alright.
We both do it, too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Alright. Something to note, the door that I just hit there, so obviously between different rooms there's invisible walls and you touch them and it takes you to another room. But this game actually has, so we call those transitions, but this game actually has 2 different types of transitions. There's the normal ones, which we hit a couple of them on our way there, like the one leaving the Leaky Cauldron, the one heading from the London streets to platform 9 3/4. Those are like the normal transitions. And then this game also has something known as an event transition, which corresponds to a specific part of the story. So the door we actually just hit right there is an event transition that was placed in front of the normal room transition. And that event transition plays this cutscene. And something that it also does is it sets you to Year 5. So if you're in a different year and you hit that transition there, it'll take you to year 5. We're actually going to use that later on in the run. Because that transition doesn't get destroyed until you re-enter that room in year 5 naturally, which happens probably about halfway through the normal year 5 story. But since we're not doing that, we're not even going to play far enough into the episode for that to happen. The transition there is just never going to get destroyed, and we're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to use the fact that that never gets destroyed to our advantage. And right there, Ron gets spawned inside, partially clipped into a physics object, and because we have VSync off, he just kind of gets thrown across the room, which ends up saving time, so it's a convenient little launch thing there. There's a little cutscene.
I don't think they've tested the game very much with VSync off.
Yeah.
Missed that blue stud, that's okay.
That's fine. We're gonna enter this. We only need 6k more studs, not even, and we have this whole lesson left to play, so we should be fine on studs.
Yeah. There's extra blues I can grab too.
Yep. I think there's 3 blues in this room. And there's the extra one in the shop as well.
Right.
So this is the lesson that canonizes why we don't have any of the spells from the first game anymore, which is kind of cool, I guess. But basically, the idea is that Defense Against the Dark Arts got banned, so we don't have access to any of the spells we learned in the first game.
Yes. So this lesson is Dada banned.
Yep. There, and that should be good. Okay, we have all the studs we need. Good. Yeah, this is the Defense Against the Dark Arts banned lesson here. We also learned the Strength Potion, but that's not really, like, officially awarded to us there. I don't know why Umbridge is teaching us about potions, but it is what it is. So, now that we have the studs, and we have this ability unlocked, this ability that removes the fake spells that we haven't unlocked yet, and then gives us our normal spells, this allows us to be able to buy spells in the shop. So, we're going to go ahead and leave this room and then go buy those spells. Which you can do through Diagon Alley. Spell shop right here. So now we have Glacius on our top spell on our wheel here, and that you will see pretty shortly is very broken. I see an example of a freeze clip here. Just a moment.
Oh, dropped in a little too early.
A little too early. Everyone's favorite character here, Mr. Spoonman, has this spoon and does not want to give it to us, but we need it for this other dude, so chase him around the hub. And we are now going to do a freeze clip here through this wall. Basically, you can turn on Glacius, and then Lumos cancels animations in this game, so if you get stuck in the process of pulling Lumos out, you can get into this infinite animation of rocking back and forth pretty aggressively. Very good. We're going to do it again here in a minute. Since we can use it to kind of get around a cutscene here. So, like I mentioned with the event transitions versus normal transitions, frequently for lessons they'll put an event transition that corresponds to the story immediately in front of a normal transition, and that's the case here. So there's 2 doors here. There's one right next to where Luna is. There's one right behind it. So I'm going to stand like inside of Luna, and by doing that as I did, I skipped a cutscene there. We got into the Thestrals lesson without having to watch like the 40-second opening cutscene. So this lesson here, to feed Chimkin, you'll see that we're canceling Lumos again when we give an item to one of the Thestrals, since, like I said, switching to Lumos cancels animations. That includes animations of drinking potions, of putting on glasses, giving something to someone, like there, as well as the Glacius animation. So that's pretty broken as well. It saves a lot of time. It's not a very flashy trick, but it is a very time-save heavy one. So, at this point, we've done the first 3 lessons, or segments of Year 5. So we haven't actually sequence broken anything yet. Or that's going to change here in a second, though. So the intended next thing we're supposed to do is 5-2, the second level, but we actually don't want to do that yet. It's faster to go run to Year 7, Part 1, actually. Since it's kind of tricky to get out of Year 7 Part 1 after only playing the first level, and there's 3 abilities that unlock from the first level. The Illuminator, the Hermione's Bag, and Apparition. All 3 are things that we need. We need to play that level, but don't want to play any other level in Year 7, since there's nothing else that unlocks in Year 7 that we actually need. So we're going to clip in here, get Weasley boxes. We need Weasley boxes in order to beat 6-1 and 7-1, which are 2 levels we're going to play right here at the beginning of the run, since playing 6-1 is like the only way to get out of Year 7. So we're going to get the abilities we need to beat those levels. I don't think it's... so we're going in here to get Weasley boxes. This is normally at the end of the first episode, but we can get in here early since this room is only used for the Weasley boxes lesson. If you flip in here early, it just lets you play it. And there's a cool little out of bounds you can do. Ooh, I got spiked there.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a cool little out of bounds you can do that skips this whole courtyard. Take a death there just to set the camera. Pop back and back. Once we're in here, build a firework, and that unlocks the Weasley Box abilities. That's the first of the 7 abilities we unlock. Done. By doing that, we just need to build this firework that gives us the Weasley Box's ability. Interestingly enough, this is an ability that you can unlock without actually using the ability at all. It's kind of funny. Since normally there's like a box with a big W on it, and only the Weasleys are able to use them. It looks like that. So now that we've completed this lesson, anytime we see that ability, we're able to use it. That's one of those unlocked. Next, we're going to go to Augmente, which is actually a Year 6 lesson. But because it's, again, the only thing that actually happens in that room, flipping into there early will allow us to go straight to Augmente, even though that's done like, it's like the 4th or 5th thing in Year 6. So those are the 2 lessons we're able to do out of order, way early, without having to beat everything prior to them in their episode, which is very convenient, since Weasley Boxes is the 3rd to last thing in Year 5. This is like basically the end of the movie here, when they're taking their exams, and the Weasley twins disrupts their testing. And Augmente, we also need to play the first couple of levels of year 7 and year 6. So we're gonna go and do that next. That is just right over here. This room here. So we're gonna clip into this doorway, and that takes us into the Augmente lesson, and we are now in year 6. So we've skipped into year 6 because, like I said, that is a room that you're not supposed to enter in year 5. So it doesn't have a year 5 variant of this room. It's also only the first time and only time that you're supposed to enter it in the story is for the Augmente lesson. So when you enter it, it just assumes you're in the Augmente lesson, sets you to year 6, and plays the lesson. Which is very convenient because it allows us to unlock this spell earlier than normal.
Yes. Story in this is all over the place because you're watching cutscenes from weird, and then we go back to year 5. It's quite, yeah.
Yep.
All over the place.
All over the place. So, a little bit of a platforming skip here. We can not even get jumps off of pixels there. And get up here without doing the intended sequence of this level. Meaning, because being able to get up here early actually skips like half the lesson. Normally you need to do like a book puzzle and build some staircases or something like that. Fortunately, there isn't too much for Tfresh to do here, since it's kind of a one-person lesson, but he can assist a little bit with water. And since in the cutscene Flitwick got stuck in this box, the goal of this lesson is to free Flitwick. Once that happens, we unlock Augmente. That's 2 of the 7 abilities unlocked. And we're now going to actually head to year 7. So we're currently in year 6. So if we head back to Diagon Alley, since we haven't played 6-1 yet, it will direct us to the entrance of Leaky Cauldron, which will play 6-1 if we clicked in there. But we don't actually want to play 6-1 yet, since 6-1 is how we're going to get out of year 7, which we are, of course, not yet in. So we're going to clip through this wall. And again, there's a real transition behind the event transition there. The event transition takes us to 6-1, but the real transition is behind it. So we're going to go to year 7, but first we're going to go through here, because in year 6 there is a lesson for Spectra Specs, which is the glasses that Luna wears. And if you do it early, before you play 6-1, it actually skips the opening cutscene of that. So normally a cutscene would play here that is over 30 seconds long, but we can skip that by doing this early.
Why did...
Yeah, that happens sometimes. If you're going too fast, it tells you you don't have the glasses.
Okay, I was like, what?
So I'm gonna get on the train right before that animation starts so that we can head back to London streets before that finishes. We have unlocked Spectra Specs, which is actually an ability that we don't need to beat year 7. And now we're going to clip into the diner, which will take us through 7 part 1. So now we're in year 7 part 1. The trigger for 6-1 has been placed at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. But if we go back to the Leaky Cauldron again, after entering 7-1, or sorry, after entering year 7 part 1, then the trigger to 7-1 will be placed in front of the trigger to 6-1. So if we go out of Leaky Cauldron, there's now 3 triggers placed there, and 7-1 is in the front. So we can play 7-1, which will take us, of course, to year 7, and then we can play 6-1 to get out of year 7, continue with year 6. That ends up being the fastest way to enter and exit year 7 part 1, because otherwise it involves a lot of walking around the hub, and it's quite a bit slower. But because we have all those triggers loaded up in front of that door, we're able to skip a big chunk of the game. we otherwise would need to play.
Yes. And fun fact, this was actually my first time ever remembering not to just go straight to 6-1.
Yeah. Good job, Tfresh. That was a recurring issue in our test runs here. Okay, so
because we would be talking, and then
Yeah.
I would just gun it for the door, and then as I'm gunning it, he's like, "Wait, no, don't do that." And it's already too late every time.
So this is 7-1, the beginning of Deathly Hollows. We're at the Dursley's house, and we need to make it to the burrow for the wedding, among other reasons. So this level unlocks 3 different abilities. It unlocks the Miny's Bag, which is used all over the place in Year 7 Part 2. It unlocks the Illuminator, which is also used all over the place, and it also unlocks Apparition. So after this level, we'll have 5 of our 7 abilities unlocked. Those are the 5 that are quick to get. The other 2 are significantly slower. Since the other 2 abilities, which are Reducto and Defindo, those cannot be gotten early, which means you need to just play through like the first half of Year 5 and Year 6 in order to get to the lessons that unlock those. So that'll be the bulk of the mid-game, is getting those 2 unlocked. There is actually a way to completely skip Reducto in the route. Unfortunately, I cannot do it while streaming, so we will not be able to showcase off that faster route. If you want to see that, there is
Maybe actually the only person who's ever done a run with it is C Gymnastic.
Yeah, C Gymnastic has done a run. It's the world record for this category. It saves quite a bit of time, actually, but it involves a very difficult trick in the late game that requires high FPS, and Yeah, so we went to Year 6 so that we could put the trigger to 6-1 in the door of the Leaky Cauldron. And then we went to Year 7 because we want to play Year 7, because it's hard to get out of Year 7. But because the door to 6-1 is in the Leaky Cauldron, we can escape Year 7 very easily. So we did a whole bunch of jumping around just to set up all those doors so that we can get out of Year 7 Part 1 easily, because otherwise it's quite a bit harder to escape this episode without playing another level, which is very slow. The 7-2 is like the longest level in the game, so we don't want to play that. Avoid it.
Yeah, just wait. It's gonna get more crazy because we're gonna go to Year 6 after this, and then we're gonna go back to Year 5, just to go back to 8.
Yeah, we do still skip most of Year 6 though, and most of Year 5.
And obviously we skip all of Year 7 except for this level.
Yeah, this is the only thing we play in Year 7 Part 1. After beating this level, we are done with Year 7 Part 1. We have nothing else to play in this episode. Since most of the abilities in this game are dished out prior to Year 7 entirely, there's no abilities given in 7 Part 2, and all of the abilities given in 7 Part 1 are given in the first level. Fun little fact about this auto-scroller. If you have high FPS, it just, like, duplicates your studs every time you get them, which is why I'm getting so many studs here.
It's like just having a multiplayer on for some reason.
Yeah. And every time, I think it's every time player 2 hits one of them, it, like, disrupts and multiplies all the studs coming to me. Because normally you're supposed to get, like, maybe 50 or 70k in here, but I'm going to be getting, like, 500,000.
You can get a million. You can get up to, like, I've seen people get over 1 million before.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's crazy.
So that's like the first half of this level. This is actually a pretty lengthy level, especially with cutscenes. We still have a couple of things left to do here.
Yes, this room is probably the worst one in the game.
Oh yeah.
No, the next room actually.
The wedding room, yes.
This room is fine. The room with Scrimger in it.
Yeah, this is like a forgettable room. Like nothing happens in here except for the 2 abilities we need awarded here.
Such a weird cutscene. This game has some weird cutscenes. I think it's a 6-3 that has a very weird cutscene between Harry and Ginny.
That's a fun one.
Yes. This game has some really good cutscenes. Like the Umbridge one after 5-1, where she's up there talking, but it looks like so unnatural and weird.
Yeah. So that awards the Deluminator, and as soon as Hermione uses the pad here, that will award the Hermione's bag ability. Gives us most of the abilities already. Like I said, the first 5 come very quickly. It's the last 2 of the 7 that we need that are the long ones.
Phil's face is all scarred up, but we have not seen that happen in this game yet.
How did that happen?
Because of Greyback in the 6th movie.
Oh, okay.
Greyback does it to him, and no, is Lavender in the 6th one or the 7th one?
That's the second to last level in the game, right?
What?
Where that happens.
Is that Lavender?
Yeah, she gets like tackled by him, at least in the cutscene.
Okay. You're probably right then. I don't remember, honestly. No, it's not here.
Yeah, so this room kind of sucks just because there's so much chaos going on. And I'm gonna turn VSync off here just because physics objects behave very strangely with high FPS. Sometimes this swan jumps into the sky, and it loses a ton of time if that happens. But it does not happen with VSync off, so...
For whatever reason, if you play like the earlier games, like they're completely unplayable if you have VSync off, for the most part.
Okay.
And it causes some really weird stuff. And like every game, I think every single game, in some way, form, or fashion, VSync off is broken. Because as it turns out, having uncapped FPS does things to games that is not supposed to happen.
Before I forget, I'll turn VSync back off.
Yeah, one time we forgot and we're trying to do a freeze clip and we're very confused as to what was happening.
Yeah, I don't think I mentioned this, but freeze clips are the amount of distance you get in either direction is influenced by FPS. So higher FPS gives you more movement. Fortunately, you don't need that much just to be able to do them. And sometimes having a lot actually bad. You don't want to have like 500 FPS because they just go all over the place and you can't even get them lined up. Alright, so now that we've played the first level and we are awarded the Apparition ability, beating that level, we're going to go back to the Leaky Cauldron and play 6-1, which will pull us out of this episode. And we'll be back to a relatively normal pathway after that, for the most part. Most of the nonsense happens right at the beginning. So we'll be into 6-1 now.
Yeah, from here we just play what, like 6-1, 6-2, 6... No, just 6-1 and 6-2, and then you go to 5-2, right? Yeah, here we get to see the Dementors just causing absolute... Or not Dementors, Death Eaters causing absolute chaos. Because that's what they love to do. They just stole a bunch of wands, including Ollivander. Here they're going to destroy a bridge in London. I actually think one of the plot points in the books is they destroy this bridge, and then the Prime Minister gets blamed. He's like having troubles with like his election because of it. I forgot about this. This is very interesting cutscene right here. I would say for myself, I prefer to run 1 through 4. I believe Chimkin is heavily preferred 5 through 7.
I just think 5 to 7 is cool.
Yeah.
I like how cool this game is. That's the big thing I like about it. So, because we have Apparition already, because normally only adult characters at this point in the game are supposed to have Apparition unlocked, but because Harry already has it unlocked, we can bypass a bit of a puzzle here. We could freeze clip to do it as well, but this is a little bit faster because we can skip a cutscene that would normally play if you hit the lawnmower there. So we clip into there to skip a whole sequence where we have to build a strength potion, and we can skip past this to skip a cinematic cutscene that would normally play if it likes to. Okay, there we go. This is a bit hard to see since there's a thing away there. But basically, normally when you open that door, there's like a 50-second cutscene that plays where you find Slughorn. Since this is, of course, the beginning of Year 6, that's what we're doing right now, is we're trying to find Professor Slughorn, since this is his house, or where he's staying, at least. But you can completely skip that cutscene by just clipping through there, and now Slughorn's already here. We skipped the whole part where he was in an armchair. And we're on to the back half of the level.
Get a quick little Year 2 flashback there. I think it would have been pretty cool if they'd used like gameplay from like the first game, but they didn't.
That's asking for a lot out of TT games.
That's true.
This game does like to have its like really long cutscenes in the middle of levels, like this one.
Yeah.
Which dishes a whole bunch of backstory at us, but
give you a little Lego pamphlet to let you know how he wants Draco to kill Dumbledore.
Yep.
Actually, there was one thing we didn't get to see, but when Voldemort kills Cedric in the fourth one, and the finish... No. It's either the finished story cutscene or the end cutscene of the level. Dumbledore gives his father a how to build Cedric Diggory booklet. So, kind of funny.
Yeah, that's the classic characters are not allowed to die in LEGO games sort of deal.
Yeah. I don't actually know what it looks like when Dumbledore dies in this game, because I've never played that level.
He just falls off of the tower. Ambiguous about him dying. And when they bury him, he's just like stuck in the ground. Because they have like a funeral for him. Alright, so at high FPS, when you get kind of wedged into a certain area and use a pet, you can get launched. That's kind of... The pet to go in front of me.
Keeps going behind you for some reason.
I don't know why he's doing that.
There you go. No. Okay.
That'll work. And that launches you into the sky. Sometimes it's a little finicky to get it lined up. Not really used all that much, so not a big deal.
One of the use that is
We'll see a pretty big use of it later on, though.
hopefully it works.
Yeah, I think it'll work. And that is 6-1 done. So, as a reminder, we are currently in Year 6, Part 1. Or sorry, just Year 6. There is no Part 1, Part 2. So, on our way back to the castle, though, we're going to hit that transition I was talking about earlier, the one that played the Year 5 Grand Hall cutscene, because that is still sitting there, since we've not entered that room again in Year 5. That's going to take us back to Year 5, which conveniently will take us to exactly where we need to be for the next level of Year 5, which is where we need to recruit our classmates to join Dumbledore's army. So we're going to jump back to year 5 after this split, after like a minute or so of walking, and that will take us back into the year 5 story, because we need to play through 5-3, the first 3 levels plus a couple of quests in year 5, or not quests, sorry, lessons in year 5. We also need to do the same in year 6, the first 3 levels and a couple of lessons. So now we're still in year 6. You can kind of tell by the color scheme, it's a little like orange, I guess. Everything looks a little orange here. Maybe that's just on my screen though. I have a night mode on. It has a different like hue to it though. You drop out here. So you may have remembered I shot this yellow thing earlier to make this character token spawn in. This is the character token for Muggle Orphan, who is actually very useful, and we will see him again later.
It's that was the character I was referring to earlier.
Yes.
That character, there's not really a real reason for there to be a character just called Muggle Orphan in the game, but you know, they decided that they wanted that. So.
Yep. And he actually is useful in the speedrun. He does save time. I'm gonna go ahead and clip through here, get a little Spectra Specs puzzle, since we will never again need to go through that door anyway. And right here is where that transition I was talking about is. It still exists in front of the real transition, so we will once again be taken back to year 5. But this time, we can skip the cutscene because we've already watched it.
See, why is Dumbledore there? Because that's year 6 Dumbledore, right? Because his hand is all jacked up.
I don't know. But now we can enter 5-2 because its entrance is right here in front of the normal transition for going to the Gryffindor common room. So very conveniently, that routes out a ton of hub movement, being able to do that, because normally we would be going to there from, I guess, Weasley boxes if we did that earlier, without leaving episode 5. So that routes out a decent amount of hub movement to get back there. And now this is a level that we just need to play so that we can get far enough into the year 5 story to be able to unlock Defendo, which is Bell. I don't know why I did that. I just thought it would be fun to press that button for some reason, and did not really think about the consequences of that.
I can't tell you how many times that happened in our co-op runs. Just like, wonder what happens if I do this. Oh, well, that's why we don't do that. Stupid stuff like that.
A lot of this level is just played the intended way. There's a couple of clips we can do later on, but in order to actually beat the level, we need to rescue all 7, or not rescue, recruit, I mean, all 7 of our classmates, excuse me, to have them join the Dumbledore's army. And you can go ahead and cancel Luna's animation of being like dazed and confused by just shooting her in the face. Saves some time there, because for some reason he is I don't know what just happened there. He's just like stuck in a bucket. I guess it's just like a Luna thing. Like, you can clip through there as it's resolving, but it doesn't save very much time, and I made a mistake, so I guess we won't do that. Fortunately, this skeleton that's like spawns on top of the potion makes it kind of hard to interact with it without building the skeleton. Go ahead and give Cho that flower, and we are now done with this room, so we can clip into the second part of this level. More characters we need to recruit in here. Ginny wants to see a puppet show of Voldemort fighting Harry for some reason.
He thinks Harry's her hero.
That is the only usage of Expecto Patronum in the run I just did right there. It is actually a spell that you're supposed to unlock, but we skip needing it because we don't actually need to unlock it. There are 2 spells that we completely skip. There's that one and there's Legilimency, which are both year 5 spells that you're supposed to unlock between 5.4 and 5.5, but we don't unlock either of them, so it's a lot faster to not have to play through there, and we're able to beat the game without playing either of the spells.
I never noticed that Cho gives Ginny a death glare in that cutscene when she smiles at him. At Harry.
Got the save glitch again.
I was gonna say, something seems weird here.
Yeah, so there's this glitch in this game that we don't understand that makes you not able to spam through the cutscenes, or the status screen, and then the save happens and this Phantom Zero flashes on the screen. We don't know why it happens, but it happens a lot after 5.2, and it happens a lot after 8.6. And, yeah, I mean, it is slow, like, when it happens. Kind of unfortunate, but don't know why it happens. So.
It can be fast.
Yeah, if it happened on specific levels, you'd be able to skip the cutscene after. And, you know, we could reset the game and skip this cutscene, but it spawns us on, like, the complete wrong side of the castle and ends up losing a lot of time. So we will not be doing that.
Going for that one run and not being very happy when you realize where you spawn.
Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna give Colin his camera, which will give us a key to this door. And while I'm doing that, Tfresh is gonna open 2 doors up there. Okay, that one almost certainly did not work.
Yeah, I didn't think I got it off like at all.
You're gonna want to switch to one better. Right. So both those doors, since we have some downtime there, we can open both those doors since they're both pretty fast to open, and skips needing to do a free skip to get through them later. And this is a clip that saves very little time, but does skip a little bit of an animation going through that door. So we'll take that. Probably saves like a 3 seconds, but otherwise you're just waiting for the door to open, so it doesn't lose any time to go for, even if you don't get it. And this is the lesson where we learn dueling, which is actually an ability you have by default. If we never learned this lesson and made it to a level that has a duel in it, we'd be able to duel even if we never got here. So, kind of a pointless lesson, but it is what it is. This is like the main boss fight mechanic in the game. And it's not exactly the most interesting mechanic.
I should try just some sort of combat system.
Yeah, I guess.
Probably has one of the more interesting combat in any Lego game.
Maybe. It's basically just quick time events.
Yeah.
Of course, entirely scripted fight with Cho Chang here. It's the same every single time.
Yeah.
Alright. Interesting, very interesting split there. Most of the lessons in this game have some sort of strat to them that skips a chunk of them, but unfortunately this one does not. It's like the only one in this speedrun that doesn't.
Time for this cutscene.
Yeah. You did not like this cutscene last time I played.
No, I did not like this cutscene.
Harry's got his little pepperoni dimples on his face.
Yeah, he also got them for Ginny not 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. Alright, so the way we're supposed to go here is down. That was a really... we're gonna go over here. This is not the way we're supposed to go, but you can animation cancel.
Ron, if you could, like, not do that. Thank you. Okay, you're just gonna continue to kill yourself.
Okay. That was an interesting little Ron moment there. Basically, you can animation cancel dying by switching to Lumos, and if there's something to land on underneath a kill plane, you can, you know, just pass through it without dying, basically. So it's a lot faster to go through to the bottom of the staircase that way, rather than going back through the castle to get there the intended way. And it also gives us an opportunity to activate that staircase there, which need for later. This is the last level we need to play of Year 5. This is the first legitimacy lesson that Harry has with Snape after he sees Voldemort trying to attack his head.
He doesn't even attack him. He just, like, hypnotizes him, and then that's it.
Yeah.
That's all he does. I didn't even realize that.
What's interesting, so in this game, the spell for legitimacy, it's called Focus. That's the name of the spell. And this level is also called Focus, but this is not the place where you unlock the Focus spell. That happens later, unfortunately. It would save time if it unlocked here, but it doesn't. It's the spell that Snape has right now.
Funny is it works the same way as Imperio does in this game, for some reason.
Yeah, they occupy the same spell slot, and they work basically exactly the same. I'm not sure this... Okay. There's an out-of-bounds trigger here that skips that first room. I believe that's the first one of those that we've hit. Run. There's a couple of them.
There's not very many, actually.
I think there's only 4 that we hit. But much like the last game, you hit that, like, on the frame.
I don't know how that... I thought I was like, oh, I dropped them too early, and then...
So, much like the trigger in 4-1 in the last game, most rooms have an out-of-bounds trigger that you can hit. It skips them. But, again, a lot of them are far away and impossible to hit casually. Or, impossible to hit in vanilla, I mean. So, for the most part, we just need to play through these rooms if we can't skip them in some capacity without a door. But there are a few we can hit, like that one there is really easy to hit once you get out of bounds. Sitting like right next to the door. There's a couple more that are really close to inbounds that we're actually able to hit. This level is just like going through a bunch of memories from things that happened. Which is why we're replaying all these parts of the game. Or we're re-entering all these rooms that we've been to before. And once we're done here, that will unlock the Findo lesson. What's next after this? However, we're not going to play it right away, for a reason I'll get into. A very technical reason. Of being faster to play it later. But this is almost the end of the Year 5 stuff. We only have one more lesson, and we're not going to play it right now. We're going to go to Year 6 and play the rest of the Year 6 stuff, and then we're going to play that lesson. Okay, we have a ton of studs. We actually do need studs later on, but we have way more than we're ever going to need already. I think we need, like, 275,000 or something like that. We already have, like, 700,000 or... you should put water up it. Not gonna have time. But next time we come... Oh. It opened. Okay. I don't know how you... Okay, whatever. That door is really strange.
What?
Alright, so we passed by the entrance of Defendo there, and you saw that it was leading us in that direction. So you see the door is open, and if we went in there, it would play the Defendo lesson. But we're actually going to use that later on. And nearly had this Nick wants us to go back and play a cutscene off on the path to Hogwarts.
Stuck there.
But if we go in there, it confuses the game and thinks we already watched that cutscene, and now we're going to be able to go here. It did open, right?
Yeah, I checked.
Wow. Get a bit of a puzzle here by clipping through that door. Potion room. That's crazy. I can't believe that opened. You like got like half a second of water into it. I guess that thing just worked. You barely touch it.
I think I literally, like, the bar, like, had the tiniest little sliver of white of, like, the wheel. But that was enough, I guess.
Interesting. So the reason we want to open the library is because the library is another room that does not have a Year 5 version. And so if you enter that library in Year 5, it actually takes you to Year 7 Part 2, which is very useful, and we're going to use that later to get to Year 7 Part 2 once we're done with everything else. But first we have to learn about the Draught of Living Death, or whatever it's called, which is another potion that we will never use to run, but it's part of the main story, and to get past it we need to play the potion. So, it is what it is. I'll react to... There's a cutscene skip here, where basically if you grab that gold brick as Ron is putting the last ingredient into the potion, you skip the reward animation for that lesson, and that, as it turns out, also skips triggering like a 20-second cutscene. But it's still actually advanced. We don't need the reward from that. It doesn't matter. Now we're on to Dumbledore's office. The way we're supposed to go through this is to build a bunch of puzzles to get up the grand staircase, but since we already have Augmente, and we already built part of the staircase over here, it is significantly faster. Wow. That was interesting. You were just like stuck on my head there. Anyway, it's significantly faster to go the upper route through here, since we can just jump our way down here. Gonna spawn in that token right there. We don't actually need that character token, but after this lesson we're gonna spawn in directly on top of it, and that'll overwrite the default reward from this, which saves a lot of time. Ends up saving like 7 seconds or something, since the animation for getting the reward for this lesson, where we look through Dumbledore's memories, takes a lot longer than the animation for picking up a character token. Even though we don't need the character token. We are now in Dumbledore's memory, where he first met Tom Riddle. I don't remember what this lady's name is, but she has access to a key.
Miss Cole, I think, or something?
That's what it is. So we're actually just going to play through this casually, except for cutscene skips. We could, in theory, flip through this wall to the right of Miss Cole, but... I deleted that backwards. Sorry, I targeted the wrong thing, I guess. But we're actually not able to skip this whole room, even with a freeze clip, that we don't have a way of like getting through it. So we don't really have anything to do here, other than just play it fast, casually. Which is fine, because this room is fast anyway. Pretty quick lesson, especially with cutscene skips. Already completed the whole thing.
It's kind of funny that it's a lesson instead of a level.
Yeah.
There's a lot of memories I could have gone through, but you know.
I guess they kind of already did that with the focus level.
Yeah, but it's just funny that they use this. This is the memory that turned into a lesson of all of them, because there's definitely 2 other ones that were a lot better, but you know, whatever.
Are you referring to the Slughorn ones?
Well, not only that, but there's the one with I guess it's not shown in the movie, but the one with Morphin and the Gaunts, basically, when like they are attacked, or they attack the Ministry Wizards and everything because they're getting arrested for attacking Tom Riddle Sr. They could have turned that into a lesson, which I feel like could have been more interesting, but you know.
Well,
It is what it is.
it is what it is, yeah. So we're going to exit back to the hub, since the next place we want to go to is 6-2, and 6-2 is closer to here than it is to where we just were. So it's faster to go back to the Leaky Cauldron and ride the train, since it's on the path to Hogwarts where we want to go. We're actually going to do that twice in a row, since the same thing applies to 6-3. Are on our way over there. And because this game is kind of confused, because we never hit the correct 6-2 trigger to play the 6-2 Grand Hall cutscene, it still thinks that we're at the part of the game where we're playing the Spectra Specs lesson. But we still have Luna and Harry here. Game gets very easily confused. Normally you're supposed to have the Legilimency spell already by this point.
Ooh, yes, let's
That
go.
is not an
That is a
easy
difficult one.
clip. Yeah. Very happy with that. So normally you're supposed to already have the Legilimency spell at that point, so since we never unlocked it and we never are going to unlock it, we need to freeze step through there. But fortunately we're only going to go through this area one time, so it doesn't really matter. It's technically faster, even though it doesn't take that long to do the puzzle, given that you have Legilimency, but that is a pretty tricky freeze clip sometimes, so it's very nice that one went well. That is one of the only 2 usages of Legilimency in the run that you're supposed to do. That one's easy to get around. The other one is quite a bit more complicated to get around, but we'll get to that when we get there.
Huh. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Very interesting one. There's another out-of-bounds door in this room that's sitting, like, right out of bounds here.
I think I messed with.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was good.
Both
Yeah.
of those are not very easy.
Yeah, all
That
right.
went much better than our PB.
We'll take that. So yeah, there's a trigger just like sitting barely out of bounds there. So if you are able to clip through there, you can skip that first room. There's actually another trigger in this level that's really easy to hit, but it does not work in and it only works in categories that are replaying the level. It's the last room of this level, but fortunately we won't be able to show that off. This is another pretty interesting cutscene with some of the faces that get made, and this one guy.
Just a dessert thing.
Yeah, the dessert thing is really weird. Just rubs chocolate on his face to impress a woman.
That's a weird cutscene.
Such a strange cutscene. Harry decides right now is a good time to try and get memories from Slughorn, and Slughorn responds by telling him to clean up the table.
But then, he'll definitely give him the memories.
Yeah, for sure. This is another, like, level that's pretty much just, like, filler. Actually, like, the first room, the intended thing is to, like, get a beverage for Slughorn, and then in this one, we're cleaning Slughorn's apartment, or room, or whatever.
Office.
His office. Yeah, office is probably the word I was looking for. And in the third room, we're helping Hermione's stalker guy find her as she's trying to hide from him, which is also pretty interesting.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't soft lock again.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think I know what to do. There is a way you can soft lock in this room, which kind of sucks. It happened in our PB, actually.
Yeah.
But hopefully it doesn't happen again. I add some little background there about Malfoy trying to get the Vanishing Cabinet working.
Is the load river working for this game?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. That's good.
I think when I reset the game after year 1 and 1.4, it attached itself to this game. I've been focused on this game's loads ever since.
Okay.
Oh.
Uh.
Okay, well, stop locked again. Okay, I want to try this. Work. I knew that as soon as this happened to me for the first time, it was going to be like a thing that is just going to happen all the time now.
Oh my gosh, man.
That's really annoying.
You should just turn 30 hertz on when you get to that point of the run.
I don't think it's FPS related.
Maybe not. It's so dumb. Okay, well.
So that's happened to me 2 times ever, and it was the last 2 times I've played the level, which is really unfortunate. Because now that I'm thinking about it, it's going to happen all the time. I'm trying to make it not happen. And that unfortunately loses like 4 minutes, but it is what it is.
Yeah, the exact same thing happens in our PvE, so...
Yep. We're gonna have to go through, do this clip again, and go back into the level and play through the level again. Fortunately, this time we can skip cutscenes, but, sounds. Okay, fine. Alright, well, we'll see if we get the same luck on this clip again. Not be fine.
That's still good.
Well, so glad we got to play the filler level twice. Got to do all the chores again. Excellent. Best level in the game.
Okay. Still was faster than the PvE, I think, because we had a lot of issues with the clips both times.
Probably. Probably can still PB on this, which is crazy.
I mean, yeah.
Alright. Let's not have it happen again.
That would be unfortunate.
Good. Alright. So, now that we have successfully prevented Hermione from hiding from this guy that's chasing after her, we've realized that Malfoy's also hiding in here.
I thought Malfoy, Filch, and her just sitting behind a curtain in a room with no other, like, it's a really, really tiny room.
Yeah. Pretty strange.
We get... Oh, okay.
What?
I thought we got zero save glitch for a second.
Oh, no, we can't skip the first one. Alright, so that's the end of 6-2. We are now on to 6-3, which is the level where the Death Eaters attack the burrow. Normally, this is where the Augmente lesson is, but since we've already played it, it's not going to make us play it again. So we're just going to head back over here. The entrance to this level is at the train station. So we're going to ride the train to get to Hogwarts, and then we're going to get back on the train again immediately, which is kind of silly. And yeah, this is a level that has a ton of cutscenes and not a lot of gameplay. Also features a pretty silly cutscene at the beginning. This is the cutscene I think Tfresh was mentioning earlier, where pretty strange interaction between Ginny and Harry here while they're sitting on a couch. I think this is Lego flirting.
This is how Legos flirt, apparently.
Ron, of course, just ruins the moment.
Yeah. Clueless Ron.
There's also,
as Hermione put it, the emotional range of a teaspoon.
yeah, there's this running joke in this game that Ron is just like always eating food as well.
Well, in fairness, it is a running joke in the books as well, that he just like has no manners and okay.
I'm telling you, that clip is really easy.
Okay, well, you know.
So yeah, this first room and the second room we can skip with freeze clips here. So the first one we can just go right through the door. This one's a little more complicated because there's fire everywhere. Mr. Weasley has a cake on his head. Supposed to help him with his cake, but need to switch that to. This one's kind of tricky. Okay. Fortunately, all this fire out of bounds actually hurt you. And you can skip this whole room as well, which involves... That room is actually very strange. It involves, like, this whole thing where you have to build this, like, fire truck vehicle to get rid of fire or something like that. Weasley is stuck in a bathtub that's on fire or something. Of course, Lupin can change to a werewolf on command in the game. Useful because werewolf has.
Actually, he can in the other game too.
Yeah, he can.
But he has no use in that game.
Yeah, because we only play as Lupin. Actually, I guess we play as Lupin for a pretty short period in this game as well. But it's literally just one room in the other room. And there's no strength in that game, right? Like, that's not an ability. Pretty sure.
No, it is. Crumb Shark has it, and so does Hagrid and Fang.
Oh yeah, that's right. It just looks different, that's right, because it's a strength potion. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
The handle just looks different.
Yeah, in that game it's like levers instead of the like handles in the later games.
This is the duel is one variant of the boss fight in this game. The other variant is the throwing objects at them variant, which is what we're going to deal with here. They throw a series of objects at you, and then the last one in their series you can throw back at them. We'll see more of that in year 8.
You do both.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is not a very interesting boss fight. Ooh, that was almost bad.
Yeah, I should not been shooting at her. I realized that after I did it the last time. I shouldn't do that.
stuff happening on the screen right now, but all of it is, like, basically irrelevant. Alright. And with that, we are done with Year 6 with the exception of the spell, Reducto, we're going to learn right after this. So, like I said earlier, we don't actually have Defendo unlocked yet, but the lesson trigger is sitting there. Now that Reducto is unlocked, and they're actually in the same room, we're going to go play Reducto, and then immediately we're going to turn around, re-enter the room, play Defendo. And the reason we do it like that is because we need to be in Year 5 for the trigger that takes us to Year 8 to work. So, we'll go ahead and enter the Reducto lesson here, which is very similar to the one in 1 through 4 in that just destroying random objects that are sitting around. Because we haven't yet played the puzzle for Defendo, there's a bunch of physics objects that are just going to be sitting around from that lesson. Like, if you notice in the background there, there's like a flower cutout of a red wall, but we haven't actually done that yet. Nor are we going to do that. That's the whole Reducto lesson. Super fast. That's the end of Year 6. I've completed that episode. Nothing else in this episode we need to do, since the only thing that's left in the normal storyline is just 3 levels that don't give you anything. We're now going to go back into Defendo, which takes us to Year 5. Just sitting right there, right behind the Reducto trigger. We'll play this lesson, and then we'll be ready to go to Year 8, since this will give us the rest of the abilities we need. And I say Year 8, I mean Year 7 Part 2. So Defendo allows us to interact with red objects, which fortunately we've had none in our way yet. None of the Year 6 levels actually have any Defendo usages. And we skip most of this lesson by just doing some platforming to get up here. Although there are 3 objectives, you only need to complete the 3rd objective for the lesson to finish. Kind of funny. So, once we build this red fish and put him in the fish tank, even though we haven't done the flower or the staircase yet, that will complete the lesson.
When's the next long cutscene?
It's right after this.
Okay. I gotta go grab something real quick.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So, now we'll be off to the library here. Is that door that Tfresh opened with Augmente up here. Since we're in Year 5, and there is no Year 5 version of the library, since normally you need Augmente to enter this, and you don't get that till Year 6. Going in here decides to take you to Year 8. I don't know why it takes you to Year 8 and not Year 6, but it is what it is.
One thing you can notice too is at the bottom of the screen it'll say Deathly Hallows Part 2.
Yeah.
And that's another way you can know that we're actually are in Year 8.
There's also the specific loading screen for each of the years as well.
Yeah.
You see that our loading screen is now the trio riding a dragon instead of...
And there's Death Eaters everywhere.
Yeah, there's Death Eaters everywhere, exactly. So we're now entering 8-1, which is the last episode. This is of course the first level of Year 7 Part 2. And now that we're here, Dobby has just died. We skipped that part of the game, but this is the aftermath of Dobby having just died. Of course, we don't actually get to see anything that he does in this game. We just see his headstone that we made for him out of like a sandcastle and a sock. But now we're going to be going to Gringotts and getting one of the Horcruxes. We skipped the part of the game where we destroyed another one of the Horcruxes. I think we've only gotten rid of one so far, outside of the ones that happened prior to Year 7. I think 3 in total are gone already.
At this point in the story, we've gotten rid of 2 in this game. The ring and the locket.
Yeah, and then the diary's already
The
gone.
diary in there, yeah. And then, yeah, because this is where we get the cup. No, before. Then you get the diadem, which is 5. Wait,
Harry and
what's I think there was 8, but not 7.
Oh yeah, because Harry was accidental, right?
Yeah, what's the other one? What am I forgetting?
I don't know.
The locket, the ring. The
Oh no,
diary.
because he splits it into 7 pieces, which includes his, right? So it's 6 Horcruxes plus his soul is 7 pieces of the soul, right?
Someone in the chat will have to confirm because I don't remember.
Yeah,
I feel like there's another one, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not a Harry Potter expert, as it turns out.
I feel like, no, I would know if there's another one. Like, I'd remember what it is, right? I don't remember.
I know he liked the number 7. That was, I think, the diva.
Yeah. Yeah. Voldemort is a diva, for sure.
Okay, so after that little auto-scroller section, we're dumped into the actual, Gringotts here. And we're actually going to skip the part where we get the Horcrux entirely. So we don't need to do that, we can just clip out of the room. This room is actually the last room of the level, but there's a huge kill plane on the other side of the room past this fire. Not able to actually beat the part of this room that we need to beat in order to continue. We're gonna need to enter this. Oh, okay. Physics object. Vehicles in this game are really strange. So entering this room gets us to the actual vault where the Horcrux is, but we can also just clip out of this room immediately and go back to the original room, and that skips this entire puzzle of getting the Horcrux, as well as a cutscene, which saves quite a bit of time. Bit of a tricky clip though, the wall's kind of thick. It's also invisible, so it's hard to tell when you're past it.
Really odd here.
Duplicating chicken.
Oh,
that was
nice.
So now all the fire is gone, we're able to beat this side of the room, which frees the dragon. As soon as we clear the 6 lollipop things from the wall, that will allow us to free the dragon, I guess. Dude. Annihilate a couple of goblins and we're on our way out of here. Now that the dragon is free, and we're going to use him to escape here with the Horcrux that we didn't actually get. Get all these goblins one cycle. Aren't bad. Fortunately, I'm gonna miss this one probably. Yeah, I didn't miss him. Have a little more leniency there than I thought. I don't know how I missed that shot, but we'll take it. It's fine.
Targeting is not the best.
Yeah, and you do have to kind of do that quickly, otherwise you don't get it in one cycle.
Yeah, it actually is difficult because you didn't see that, but they'll run and dodge and hide and stuff.
Yeah.
If you don't do it fast enough.
Alright. So I mentioned earlier that there's another usage of focus in the game, which is the Legilimency spell. And that is in the second to last level of the game, 8-5, which is Snape's Tears. And it's actually a usage that is required in order to beat the last room of the level. Fortunately, there's an out-of-bounds trigger in the last room of the level that we're able to easily hit in story, which means that we can beat the level without using focus. However, when you hit an out-of-bounds trigger that is in the last room of a level, it kind of does something weird, where it beats the level, it gives you the reward for beating the level, and unlocks the level in free play, but it doesn't progress the story. So if you do that, and then go back to the hub. The trigger for that level will still be there, and the trigger for the next level will not be there yet. However, if you then, after beating it in story, go and beat it in free play with a character, or the casual way, you will be able to progress. That will qualify as having beaten the level. So what we can do is we can actually unlock a character that has focus by default. Yeah, that pretty much triggers like instant.
I did not know that. I think I did it like starting while you were dropping out.
So if you, what's saying? Yeah, so if you unlock a character that has focus by default, you can basically use that in free play, and then skip having to unlock focus in the story. And that character we just picked up, Albert Runecorn, is the most conveniently located character that has the focus ability by default. So we have now grabbed him, and since we're playing the level in free play, that was the reason we picked up Muggle Orphan earlier. Was because Muggle Orphan is also usable in free play. Those two characters will help us when we play 8-5 a second time in free play. And I'll explain that a little more thoroughly once we get there in the run. But first, we're going back to Hogwarts here in the second level of Year 7, Part 2. And have a couple of things in our path.
Oh,
Big.
Okay.
What?
Okay, I will tell you later. Something happened.
Okay. So, Hermione's just carrying a wood chipper in her bag, and that's going to get all this out of the way. And as soon as we use that, the wall actually vanishes. So we're able to just jump over that and skip a potion here by clicking the wall.
What?
Sometimes targeting is not the best thing in the world. But the trigger behind this door is like super wide, and you can like barely clip into the wall and still hit it. So, yeah, we very barely clipped into the wall and still hit it there.
You were definitely like on the other side of the wall when you hit the trigger. What?
It's just barely in there. It's kind of strange.
Very cool.
For the rest of this level, we have to go regroup with Dumbledore's army, who is in hiding here with Neville, and then we gotta fight Snape. The fighting Snape part is pretty drawn out boss fight, unfortunately, but that's all right. Judging by our pace, looks like we're gonna come in quite a bit under estimate as well.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Because
Definitely is not 40 minutes time left.
Yeah, it was 40 minutes when we entered year 8.
I guess with the new skips,
Yeah, in month
8-4,
4 really,
or,
when we nailed that trick, that kind of,
yeah, that's, you know, an 8-minute time save that we did not account for in our
yeah.
estimate.
I mean, the trick is so new it hasn't even been voted on yet, so like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's very, very new. That was actually my 3rd time ever even pulling it off, so.
Oh, good thing we got to show it off.
Yeah, I was very glad that we did get it.
All right, this is the fun boss fight here. Got long, drawn out sequence here. Oh, actually, landed a 1 and 4 for the fastest way of doing this fight. That's cool. Good RNG there.
Because Augmente.
Yeah, Augmente is the fastest spell you can roll, and the cycle for dueling is always distant. It always goes clockwise on only 4 of the 7 spells I unlock, and you can basically force some of them to get skipped by highlighting them prior to them being selected. So if you get water as your first one on that guy, you can always get Augmente twice. Like a super minor time save, but it's exciting when it happens. We got a bit of a fight here with Ape. You want me to give you a cue on this
Yeah.
cutscene skip? I don't think you're gonna be able to hit it with the delay.
It hasn't gone well when I tried to do it by the way, yeah.
Oh. Ah. A little late. That's fine. That one is actually pretty precise.
Yeah.
And that will end the level. And we move on to one of the cooler levels, actually. I think the 3rd level of this episode is probably one of the coolest levels in the game. It's got a lot of...
I think it's my personal favorite in the game, actually,
Yeah,
especially with the new thing.
Yeah, the new skip that skips the really bad freeze clip makes that level actually a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So in general in this game, clips that you need to go through like a thick wall are actually like kind of difficult. And there is a really thick wall at the beginning of this next level. And for a while, the only way of going, getting past it without doing the room casually was to clip through the big thick wall, which sometimes lost a lot of time. But fortunately, there's a new skip here. Hopefully we'll get to something, get a cool version of it. It's pretty easy. I don't think we've messed it up yet in the run. So hopefully we can see it. Basically, this game has some pretty strange AI behavior, and sometimes when characters are in certain locations, they think they're in different locations, and they'll jump to the location that they're not supposed to be in, which usually is not beneficial, but sometimes it is. In the case here, it's very beneficial. But we have like a long cutscene before we get to the actual skip. Actually, this level also has the first usage of pause flying. So in this game, if you just spam the pause button, you can kind of glide and get much further jumps than you would normally get. It is FPS dependent, and I can't really do it super consistently when streaming, but there's a couple of easy ones I'm gonna go for in this run, and there's 2 of them in this level. We'll see 3 of them in total, but 2 of them we'll see here in a minute.
And the reason why is I'm pretty sure it's because like when you pause, your FPS goes from like 300 to like in the thousands for some reason. Okay, I guess that's just really free, because...
Yeah, so basically when Harry's in the air there, and you switch off of him, he just thinks he's on the other side, and he'll just go over there.
Okay, that actually... Okay. We should be fine for the other one then, if you glided that much.
Yeah, I think the pause flies are just fine. So that was a pause flight. You'll see that I got like a ton of distance off of that I normally wouldn't get with a normal jump. And I skipped everything in that room, pretty much. There's a long puzzle to get by that first barrier, and there's a long puzzle to get by that goo, excuse me, on the floor. But both of them, you can just skip very easily. But yeah, the pause flying depends on your FPS, and sometimes I don't have enough FPS for them, especially when streaming, but it seems like we're fine today, so not gonna worry about that. This is probably one of my favorite, like, casual rooms in the game. there's just a lot of cool routing in this room. Neville and Seamus are being sent to blow up the bridge, and so the goal of this room is to plant 5 bombs. So Seamus is going to do the first one over there, while Ooh. Quite make that. That should work. Or not. Maybe I won't do this one. That's a little concerning, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit concerned for 1-4 now. I mean, for 8-4.
Yeah, because the next one that I need to do is a pretty big one to get. So we planted the first charge. Tfresh is going to get the other 2 while I get the remaining 2. There's actually a hole in the wall right here that you can pass through with Trevor the Frog, and then Ethel will just warp up to you since he thinks he can get up here casually, and even though we haven't done the puzzle yet that allows you to get up there. Very fortunate. Trevor the Frog actually useful in this game. Crazy. Got 2 more here. Cool. And last part of this level is Ron and Hermione going to the Chamber of Secrets to get one of the basilisk teeth in order to be able to destroy the Horcrux cup that we got 2 levels ago, even though we actually didn't get it. It's interesting that they never tried to, like, do anything with the Chamber of Secrets in the 5 years since they found it. Like, they didn't try and clean it out or anything, you know?
Yeah, I would have thought, you know, I mean, Harry could have went down there for, like, they could have used that for the DA thing. Like, there's no shot Emerge can get down there.
I should. And, of course, we can flip into the Chamber of Secrets without having to, do the puzzle. Now that we're in there, now we have this bit of rock in our way. I wonder how we'll get by it. Oh yes,
A drill.
like a bulldozer in her bag.
Yeah.
Classic Hermione.
We need a thing, so let's
Yeah, let's see what we got here now.
what do we got here now?
Oh yeah, got some pliers.
Yeah, well I guess her parents are dentists, so this makes sense, right?
Yeah, so the reason we turned VSync on there is because this thing does not connect to the tooth. It takes like 10 seconds if you have VSync off, because...
It could take 20 if it
yeah,
really
it takes a long time to lock into place, so it's usually just better to turn VSync off for that. Or on, excuse me.
Let's see what happens on this next one. Hopefully it's fun.
Yeah, I hope that the FPS is fine, because the first room of the next level is where the next Pause Fly skip is. I got the one on the goo with like plenty to spare, which makes me think it should be fine, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. I mean, it was like 4th or 5th try in our PV, so...
Yeah.
So if we don't do it quickly, we can still save time. My favorite slow-mo clip.
This episode does have some pretty chunky cutscenes in it. This level especially has a lot of really long ones.
Strange emphasis on love in this game.
Yeah, a lot of Lego characters making out.
all throughout 5, there's constant stuff about Harry and Ginny, and 6. And then there's that, what just happened in front of my eyes. But yeah.
Alright, so now we're going into the room of requirements to get the diadem. It is a pretty busy room now, as it turns out. Of course, we're being followed by the Slytherin boys. But we can do another pet launch here. Wow, that's some hefty delay you have there.
I may have been clicked out of the game and didn't realize I had to be clicked in to move.
That's a lot of height.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I opened my mouth. Yeah.
Ah!
That was a big height drop, too.
Yeah, that was a lot of lost height there. Unfortunate. No, just go for it. Okay, well that's not working. Dude.
Wow.
Well, this is fun. The side effect of FPS tricks in video games, I guess.
Yeah. It is not this bad if you're not, like, streaming. Just recording, it's, like, normally fine.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going in bounds. Never mind. Alright, well, let's try that again. Hopefully this puts us, where we just were and not all the way back at the beginning of the hub. That's fine. Yeah, that was, if I just got over the first barrier, I would have been able to do something with that, but unfortunately, landing that thing, I mean, I've never done that before. I don't know the consequences of that, but,
Yeah.
can't believe that first one didn't work. That should have worked.
Yeah, you had so much height, and then it just, like, dropped.
But yeah, this is why I can't do the skip that skips Reducto while streaming, because you basically can't drop it all, otherwise you miss it.
It's a lot of height again, but yeah, that keeps happening.
Dude, just get around this wall. Oh god. Oh, that's... I just tried to get over the wall. At this point, I'm just trying to get over the first wall. I'm just gonna take that, I think. If I can land up here, that would be great. Okay, that's fine. If we can here, but I don't actually know where it's gonna be.
Pieces are kind of jumping around, so...
They're the invisible, like, Spectrospecs pieces. Need to get height, but no, I'm not here when I normally would be. Ah, that works. Still skipped a lot with that, but obviously I did not save time.
Yeah, a little bit less than ideal. Normally you would go straight to back here.
Yeah, normally you can skip that barrier as well. That's what I try and do.
You can skip all of it, right? If you get like a really, really good
Yeah,
one.
if you don't drop any height, which is what happens to Cedomnastic like every time. You can make it to the end of the room and skip all of it, but I only got it while recording, like, one time, let alone streaming, so that's not really something I can do in a marathon.
Right.
Alright, so... if you're wondering what we need Reducto for, the only actual required usages are this over here that I just did, and there's a couple in the last room of this level, and those are the only thing we actually can't easily skip with Reducto. There is ways to skip it. Both of them involve pause flying, launching, and then pause flying way out of bounds to a trigger, which I cannot do while streaming, so won't be seeing any of that, but that's alright.
Love that last frame of that cutscene.
Yeah, that's a good frame. Cutscene.
Four for 5. Oh, let's go.
Okay. Skipping, you can kind of barely get around a cutscene trigger there, which makes this section a lot easier if you're able to do that. It's actually easier than I thought it was. I've been getting it a lot lately.
That's 4 times in a row now.
Yeah. Because otherwise, the dragon comes through and it gets rid of all the stuff that's sitting there that you can jump on, and it just ends up being a lot slower. Alright, and this is the last room of this level. The route that skips Reducto actually does... it hits an out-of-bounds trigger in this room, and as a result it has to play the level again like I was talking about earlier. It does have to play this level twice, but it still ends up being fast.
You can skip so much to 6.
Yeah, 'cause you basically don't play anything in 6 on that route. Hopefully Ron does not get off his broom near me. Broom likes to fly in front of this, like we're fine now.
And not.
Yeah, sometimes you just kind of get stuck right there. Right. And that is that level. We now have the diadem, excuse me.
Yes.
We have access to that. So we have all the Horcruxes except for the ones we don't yet know about.
I actually can't remember. Is there a cutscene where he goes to die?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I couldn't remember.
the intro to the last level. Like the 3-minute cutscene right at the end of the run.
Yeah, I guess I don't really watch that. Usually paying attention to other stuff.
Alright, so we just have 2 levels left here. And one of them we're going to have to play twice. And that's this next one here. So we're going to play through it the first time, like, basically as expected, and hit an out-of-bounds trigger. In the last room, like I was talking about earlier, that will unlock free play and allow us to play it in free play, but it will not unlock the next, or last level, I should say, of it. So, after doing that, we'll have to play it again, so that we can actually play the last level, but fortunately that will not take too much extra time. It only is about a 2-minute level in free play. Or more like 2.5 minutes. Oh, we're after Snape now. Or, actually, I think we're after Voldemort, but Snape just happens to be with him. And if you saw there during that cutscene for a brief moment, as our the trio was running through the foreground, there was a frozen still image of them running in the background. They were actually on screen twice there for a second. Because this game it has no flaws, of course.
Yeah. Oh.
Little early on that.
Early there.
That's alright, that one doesn't save. Not as big of a deal as the second one.
Yeah.
Okay. We're able to just barely get to the range of magic on that from down there. Down here, without having to get up here, you can just target it and put it into place. Which skips a whole bunch, actually. And, gives a good amount of time. Oh, on. Ah, he is.
Yeah.
You can get over here as quickly as humanly possible, that would be great.
Yeah,
I don't know why he's all the way up there.
I brought him over here too. That was weird. There's spiders in there.
Alright, and we can use this catapult to skip having to fight this boss as well. And an interesting thing about this level is this troll is actually reused throughout this room 3 different times. So there was the one at the beginning that we didn't see because we skipped the cutscene. And then there's this one here. And then after you defeat him here, he's actually supposed to be over here blocking this doorway. But since we didn't defeat him over there, he's still over there, not over here. The doorway is still blocked by his collision, but he is not over here. And, because player 2 is still in, the spiders over here automatically despawn for whatever reason as soon as they're spawned in. Just take a while to spawn in. Skip these cutscenes, and once we use this Weasley box, we will get rid of the invisible troll that's in our way, and then we'll be able to go through this door.
I remember when I was running this game for the longest time, up until the other day when we actually had to fight the troll casually because we made some mistakes. I didn't know why we did all that puzzle. I was like, I never understood what we were doing, but I just did it because that's how you get the next room.
Yeah, there's a huge invisible wall there, and without, getting another player all the way over there with us, which we could do, but it would be slow, we wouldn't be able to clip through there anyway. Flipping through that is really, really terrible anyway. So,
yeah.
I'm not very upset that we don't do that in the run. So, in the canon of Lego Harry Potter, Snape gets killed because he ate the last cookie. Which is pretty interesting, yes. I don't think that quite happened in the movie. This is the room that has out of bounds. So as soon as we get out of bounds here, we should be able to run the end of the room. Trigger is literally just sitting right here behind Snape. And that skips that whole room, at least in story, but we will have to come back and play it in free play because hitting that trigger does not actually unlock the next level, since unlocking the next level is locked behind the casual way of playing the level. So, of course, we got a bucket of Snape's tears now. Bucket that we got by giving him an onion. We will now be able to go take a look at what is in his memories from Dumbledore's office. And we got quite a lengthy cutscene here where he explains the backstory of Snape. I actually think this cutscene's pretty cool. Like, it is super long, aggressively long, but I think it does a good job of doing visual storytelling, which is...
Yeah. That's not entirely accurate with what happened there.
Yeah, that's true.
They were not in love, and then she left him for James. But, you know.
There's a little bit of simplification of the story for the sake of Lego.
Yeah. That seems humorous.
There is this glitch where sometimes instead of black and white, all of these memory sequences are in full color. I don't know what causes it, but
It'd be really cool to see, actually.
yeah. I used to get it in all my
Weird,
runs,
they
and then it just
put-
stopped happening.
It's weird they put them in color into the... Like, it has got to be somewhere in the code then, right?
Yeah, it's probably just like a filter on it or whatever.
Yeah. Actually, out of curiosity, were you on a different route when you stopped hitting it?
I don't.
Mm.
Now we'll go buy Albert and the Orphan from the shop here. And we'll have to play this level again. Right here. But this time we get access to all of our characters. So we have access to Muggle Orphan, who has a use as it turns out. Here in this mode, since we're not just looking for Ron, I guess we haven't mentioned this yet, but Ron does not have Lumos anymore because the Deluminator overlaps that. Why I can't back off. Alright, there we
There we go. There's the Muggle Orphan Yeet. That's the why
Yeah.
we buy him right there.
That is the reason we buy him, because it takes no time to get, really, and that skips having to do the catapult. Now we just play the rest of this room in a casual way.
Oops.
Oh, you were like a
Game.
frame off on that too.
What'd you say?
You were like on like a barely off, like a frame or something. Like the
The whole
second time
game
that's
lagged,
happened.
so I just guessed on what it was gonna be.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny to still have to skip the cutscenes in free play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we have the only use there. Shoot that. You cannot beat this room without shooting the cloud above his head. Now that we have that, we can go ahead and just the rest of it away. Big fish, a bunch of water, whatever. You switched to Hermione. I'm still not sure if that actually matters. I want you to be Ron after that. And with that, we now have unlocked the last level of the run. So we have just make it back to the castle, and the fastest way to do that is to go through Borgin and Burke's, actually. If you noticed, on their way to Year 7 Part 2, Tfresh opened this door here, where Nocturne Alley is. If you go into Borgin and Burke's, there's still the Vanishing Cabinet, which takes you to Hogwarts. Located right here. So, now we're back in Hogwarts. That takes you to the room requirements. A requirement, excuse me, not requirements. And, entrance to the last level is located at Hagrid's Garden. This is the part of the game where, part of the story, excuse me, where, Harry is going into the Forbidden Forest to counter Voldemort. Make our way over there, and then we'll have, just the last level. And, never seen this game before. The last level of this game is casually very, very long. There's a boss fight with Bellatrix, a boss fight with Nagini, boss fight with Voldemort, on cutscenes. It's actually like a 12-minute level or something. Probably over that. But fortunately, there's also an end-level trigger in this level. And the last room of the level is in the same location as the first room of the level. So you can literally just run straight there immediately. And it saves like 6 or 7 minutes to do that, which is very nice. Fortunately, we still have to watch this opening cutscene, but it is what it is.
What? Oh.
But Harry's gonna head into the forest and sacrifice himself for the greater good or whatever.
Wait, that's the stone? It's a diamond?
Yeah,
Huh? Huh?
the resurrections. Whatever. I love how the game makes a joke of Lupin dying off screen. Kind of funny.
Like, wait, what? Why are you here? Yeah, I died.
Do you guys think they will do a collection for Steam, but update it with voice acting like,
I don't
Skywalker
think...
Saga?
So, there's
Maybe.
some reasons why I don't think there will be one.
Yeah, I mean,
It depends how Legacy does, but the problem with specifically years 1 through 7 is there's a negative connotation now. So, I
yeah,
don't know. I don't think there will be.
I guess we'll have to see. It would definitely be cool. I would like them to do a revamped version of this series.
Yeah,
But-
I really hope we see another one, but I don't think we will. But hopefully.
I guess we'll have to see. I think it's more likely that they do something for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, like a huge game for that, if they're gonna do another huge game. But maybe they're not gonna do another huge game. They're just gonna go back to what they have been doing with making like the smaller scale games. I guess it depends how much money they made off of Skywalker Saga.
Yeah. I think the game did pretty decently well. It fell off pretty hard.
Yeah, but I think they
after
still
a
sold
little
pretty
bit,
well.
but- Yeah.
Alright. I know they did do a Fantastic Beasts DLC for the Toys to Life, or the Toys... I don't remember what it's called,
Mentions?
the Mentions, yeah, I don't remember what the type of game is called, though. But yeah, there is a bundle, or a DLC bundle for the first Fantastic Beasts game. Alright, time's actually coming up here pretty soon. As
Yeah,
soon as
like
I
in,
hit
like,
the end level
15
trigger, I kind of have to react to it, so... It's probably within the next, like, 20 seconds, though.
You
Levels
just
are...
go, like, straight up left and hold left from the D-pad. Once you hit, like, the corner, it should work.
I don't know what the corner you're talking about is.
So, if you hold straight up left, like, on the,
I'm just gonna do
Control
it the way I know.
Okay.
I'm having.
This is a hard out of bounds. What?
I don't know how I'm not going far enough forward here. I guess I'll just wait. I've like never had an issue here in quite a while.
This is, yeah. There we go.
Okay, time.
Time. Okay. There we go.
And that is the end of the game. We skipped the whole part where we actually defeated Voldemort, but you know, he's dead now. Take my word for it.
Aha.
Alright. Well, that is, both, that's the whole collection, the 1 through 7 run. Thank you guys for having us. It was, always great to showcase these LEGO games at Potterthon for you all. Any final, thoughts, Tfresh?
No, it was just, that was a lot of fun to show the games off. I think it's the first time I've been in Potterthon, personally.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you guys for having us. Really appreciate it.
It was always good to have you guys here. Always enjoy the LEGO contribution. One of my favourite bits.
I guess that brings us to the end of the event now. So I guess we'll switch over to another layout and do some closing remarks and go find someone to raid. So no ending screen this year. Misplaced it at some point. But I do have a couple of shoutouts that we need to make. As usual, first off, special thanks to Jagodu for helping out with the restream. This is far too large a task for any one person to be able to handle, so having somebody to help makes events like this possible. Shoutouts to Pruden for doing a decent chunk of hosting and donation reading. Always helps to have, again, that extra bit of help. Shoutouts to Mark for jumping in to do a bonus We're Crazy Ahead of Schedule run last minute. And to our handful of last minute commentators. So that'd be Mark, iMac 50. I'm sure I'm missing one or two. I can't remember off the top of my head. But if you helped the commentator run and I forgot your name, oh yes, Portal. If you helped the commentator run and I forgot you, thank you as well. I know this year was kind of weird with scheduling. Wound up being not very... Oh, Cinna for commentary. That's at least one that I forgot. I know this year was rough with scheduling. A lot of people who usually would have loved to attend weren't able to. So we're probably going to see some changes next year. Re-examine when we're doing this, figure out what exactly works for everyone, because I I know personally my favorite part about all this is just getting everyone together. And it's always disappointing when we can't get a ton. So, for everyone who was still able to participate, everyone who did a run, a huge thanks. You make the event possible. Really didn't know what this event would look like 3 weeks ago. And I'm really happy with the way it turned out. I think we really made it work. And then shoutouts to everyone who donated. I do still owe the charity an additional $50. We had 1 PB and I counted 3 major mistakes on my end. So, money where money is due. You don't have to read out my donation. That's fine. If you would like to, you can. I was going to do it before the end of the run, and I let time get away from me. Okay, so what is next for Potterthon? I always like to do this at the end. So this year has kind of been the year of events. So probably gonna be a couple more tournaments coming throughout the year. I believe there is a 7-part 1 New Game Plus tournament that is still being worked on. Liam and I have been putting together an HB2 bingo tournament for the better part of a year at this point. Go check out SLS's OWLs. That's a really cool event that's going on. That's a good way to get a lot of other members of the community engaged in a lot more of the games. There's a link in the PC Discord, actually most of the Discords, so we can go dig those up. We are probably going to try to do another side event this winter. We have 2 different ideas that we're tossing around at the moment. Again, probably going to be about the size of our summer event. But people seem excited for these, so look out for those. And yeah, we'll look more into what Potterthon's gonna look like next year when we get a little bit later in the year, maybe into the start of next year. Have to figure something out. And then thanks to everyone for watching. We were a little concerned going into this that with the scheduling issues of the community, that viewership would be down a lot, and pretty neat to see that it stayed pretty consistent about what we used to get in previous years. With that, yep, there's my. How do I get? How do I make it? Oh god. Hang on a sec. You can't be heard yet. You can't hear. They can't hear you yet. I'm not. I know. Hang on. We're getting there. This one. Okay, they can hear you now. Wait, what? It's gone. Okay.
So for chat that just missed that, I was trying to do a little, I'm sorry to intersect joke bit, but we just had a last minute $50 donation. Oh my, whatever could this be? It's from Mylin, saying as promised, which is, as you say, one PB and 3 faults.
Yeah.
So I will say I can't do it now because my money doesn't come through till midday my time. But I will match that.
Wow, that is very generous. Um, I can't read off the donation message because it doesn't exist yet. But thank you for the
Yeah,
$50.
I'll do it without the message, so it doesn't need to be read out. However, I will pledge it now. 50 goes from me as well, the only other staff member awake, to match your generous donation of PBs and faults on your own PC. Don't know why I'm paying for fault on your PC, but sure, I'm here for it.
Um, okay, and with that, I think it's time we find somebody to raid. And I think I have somebody, but we might have already sent them a Potterthon raid. So I will...
So yeah, I don't know whether there's any people on Harry Potter currently, but Zeldathon is doing a charity event currently as well. I thought it might have been nice to send us out to another charity stream.
I usually try to do community members that, or people that used to be prominent community members that no longer play Harry Potter games. That being said, if there's only one and we've already rated them, I'm totally down for that. Let me just... search one thing quickly. I don't think I'm going to find anyone else, so I think we're going to do that.
So I know we have rated Regal KSP before.
Yes,
if
that
that's,
was
the
the
person you were looking
one.
at. Yeah.
Okay, so Zeldathon, you said? We will do that.
Yes. I mean, Zeldathon, Potterthon, like we shared at least half a name together, and we're all doing it for charity, right? So
Yep. So hopefully they verified accounts only. Okay. Hopefully we don't get a bunch of people banned for raiding, but we'll try this anyways. So we're gonna go raid Zeldathon. Raid. And our typical raid message for Potterthon. So
while we are closing out, to everybody that is still in chat, I do want to give a big shout out because Mylan never does it to themselves. Mylan for organizing this shit consistently. Big shout outs to Mylan.
thank you very much.
You always give shout outs to everybody else, but you're the MVP behind it all. Like,
Yeah,
you literally.
I do
you
not have the
literally run
ego
this thing
to
like
shout
clockwork.
myself out. Like, not happening.
Yep. Which is why I stay behind. Right, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I've got a job interview in 7 hours. I'm still here to make sure that you get the recognition you deserve.
Best of luck. Okay.
I'm already here, so.
Yeah, go give Zeldathon some love.